Well, I was thinking that, when Doug Mountjoy won the 1988 UK Championship at the age of 46, it was a massive story. National news, because no one back then at that age used to win big events. Now it's commonplace that players in their 40s are in the prime of their careers. Well, if not in their prime, certainly very close to their prime. Yeah, Mountjoy, when he won that UK Championship in '88, it wasn't just winning the tournament, it was the fact he beat Stephen Hendry in the final. Hendry was a red-hot favourite to prevail, and Mountjoy made consecutive centuries in 3 frames. Well, that puts the topper on things.
Ground ball. Ali Carter won. Frame conceded. Frame. Ali Carter.
Yeah, there was no way back for Patrick Whelan there. So a very efficient start from Ali Carter. The cornerstone of his success, a break of 68. He leads Patrick Whelan 1-0. Let's take a quick look at the defending champion, the title holder. Not at the table at the moment, but he will be shortly. Anton Kazakov provides the opposition for Stephen Maguire.
Stephen Maguire, 4.
Well, Maguire putting Kazakov back in from where the cue ball came to rest. As I said earlier, no one's retained this ranking Championship League title. They have in the invitation version of the Championship League. John Higgins has done it. Mark Selby has won the last 3 years. Maguire won the first frame handily without recourse to a sizable break. We'll keep you updated, as we always do.
Well, you have to put that down as a poor safety shot, really, from Patrick Whelan. He came round to look at the 2 reds to see whether they were a plant. They must have been close to catch the knuckles, and at that pace, wasn't able to get away from the corner pocket. So easy first chance for Ali Carter.
We saw yesterday the importance of the top seed getting off to a winning start. Jack Jones beat Michael Larkov 3-0, and that win proved invaluable. It was the bedrock of his overall success in the group.
Free. Thank you. 4.
Carter's got so much experience. A total of 6 ranking titles. He's been in 13 ranking finals and 63 quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's a big hitter, isn't he?
10.
Some serious figures flying about there for the captain.
11.
He nearly got that one right. He's just landed a touch awkward. He just wanted a half ball cannon to the top side of the red as we look from this angle. That takes him away from the black. He just caught it
And
full.
Carter 11.
So under break. Good decision to try and swing that cue ball round. There's more traffic down this right side, so getting the cue ball in that quarter of baulk was beneficial, but is there a gap through the reds? Carter keen to investigate whether he can squeeze past the red nearest to the right middle pocket and pop the red to the right corner. Clearly not. Thinks it's too tight, otherwise he'd have been down playing it by now.
Wait for it. Ooh.
One. Green ball. Patrick Whelan 1.
Well, on his last visit to the table, he nearly fluked a red. This time he does fluke one, and he's also fluked position.
Oh, that is absolutely sickening. That is a disgraceful fluke, isn't it, as far as Patrick Whelan is concerned? Not only the red, but as you say, the kiss to the brown. Deary me.
Well, rest assured, I think Carter would be chuntering if he was on the receiving end. He'd either be doing that or sitting in his chair with that trademark smile when you know it's not a smile. It's a grimace.
6.
Yeah, he'd have taken it well, you can put it that way. It's crazy, isn't it, how good shot
11.
from Patrick Whelan forced Ali Carter into a corner. He didn't have all that many options to escape, really, Carter. He had to try and screw back to Bork and make something happen, but goodness me, he made something happen all right.
12.
Brown spot occupied by the pink, and so the musical chairs means that it's back on the black. Not a bad thing
17.
for Carter, actually.
No, although it will mean that the safer reds on this table will come into play, because the byproduct of staying on this brown means he's not scoring as heavy.
21.
Every red, he's effectively, in his mind, losing 3 points.
22. $26. $27.
Well, now the pink can go back where it should be.
$33. $34.
Looks pretty sharp to me. I know he's been lucky, obviously, but the way he played in the first frame, the way he's putting these together, suggests he's prepared.
Yeah, because he's got so much experience in this format over the years, Ali Carter, he knows the importance of these
39.
early frames, doesn't he? He always he always seems to hit the ground running anyway in this event. Gets off to a good start, which puts him in a good position going into this evening's play.
40.
And so the brown in alien territory becomes frame ball. all off that outlandish fluke.
44. Ali Carter, 44.
Well, it looked as though that would drop. It didn't. So it gives Patrick Whelan a scintilla of hope.
Well, I didn't think much to the positional shot that Carter played from the brown to red. Okay, the brown was frame ball. He had to make sure he got it, but
This one?
he didn't get anywhere near on the red properly. So it made it missable.
Two words that don't sit together well. Extended spider.
Thank you. 1.
So by potting the pink there, he's left himself 47 behind with 43 on. That means with one 4-point penalty snooker,
7.
2 reds, 2 blacks and all the colours, he can force a respotted black. Well, Whelan discovering that these pockets have to be
7.
played with accuracy, and so this should be frame over.
Thank you.
Luck and skill,
One
it's a
and the
pretty
frame.
unbeatable combination in any sport. Carter's had one extraordinary slice of good luck, and he's played pretty well also in the first 2 frames. Breaks of 68 and 44. Ali Carter leads Patrick Whelan 2-0. Now over on table 2. Looks as though Steve Maguire's in a spot of bother here in the second frame. Enough on the table, though, to salvage it. 55 behind against Anton Kazakov, but 59 still there.
One.
Kazakov could have had this frame won earlier on. Missed a red to the left corner when he was nicely in amongst them, and it just provided a glimmer of hope for Stephen Maguire to get back involved in terms of the scoreboard. It's not the greatest table, but it is a pretty decent chance. Now, I wonder if he'll pot the pink here, because it takes him to this red. Good chance to just nestle that red into this left corner. Doesn't need to play it too firm. It's just lovely thinking. And he's unlucky, really, because he's made it worse, arguably.
15.
Yeah, just needed that red to catch a little more of the jaw, trap a little more in the pocket, and that would have been ideal. does have a little leeway in terms of points. Yeah, that was important. He can afford to pot this blue. Then if he pots last red with black and all the colours, he wins by a single point. Tell you what, Stephen, what a blow this would be for Kazakov if Maguire cleared up.
21.
He's still got to play this frightening shot. Needs to be absolutely pinpoint with this.
Yeah, last year these tables, the pockets were playing bigger. We've spoken about that in great length, but it would have gobbled up this red down the rail, but not so much this year. This has got to be accurate. So much so, he's not even taking it on.
And that's the classic case of someone playing to the table. You're not missing anything on table one. Patrick Whelan was out, but now he's back in. Carter happy but not satisfied. 2-0 up. He wants to make it 3-0. And then, of course, Whelan would be very much up against it for the rest of the day.
Foul. Patrick Whelan, 4.
Well, chance now for Patrick Whelan to get something going. Black spot available. It's both corner pockets. A couple of loose reds just beneath the main cluster. If you could control this initial red, get nice on the black, it could be a weight. He needs something to happen quickly.
One.
The red just directly above the one that he's potting
8.
here could provide a good opportunity to get into the cluster if he lands just low.
9.
A little bit higher probably than where the cue ball is now. That would be my choice. That gets him into the main cluster and back out. It's perfect. Now decision time, do you go high, do you go
16.
low? Try and work out what sort of contact you'll receive to the main bunch. He's going high.
17.
Yeah, that's okay. Good shot.
$24.
A few days ago, Pang Junzhu won a group.
25.
He was 2-0 down in his first match, but he stuck with it, fought back, got the draw, then went from strength to strength, and that's what Patrick Whelan could take encouragement from.
Well, that wasn't the nicest strike.
32.
Didn't get anywhere near enough backspin on that cue ball. So, can't keep himself on the black here, but just make sure you knock the red in first and foremost.
Patrick Whelan, 32.
Yeah, caught too much of the far jaw. And now one good pot from Carter here with position attached, and the frame could be radically different.
1.
Nicely held. Stephen, promising.
Yeah, I'm
6.
just studying that cluster beneath the pink. Just wonder if Ali can get into them while leaving one of the looser reds around it. Could be a bit of insurance to land.
Thank you.
Oh, he's landed
7.
not great on this black, so gonna have to play for a loose red now. So it makes the positional aspect of this shot even more key, because he wants the nice angle now on this red to leave the angle on the black to then get into
14.
them.
$15.
They're not a perfect cluster, you know. There's a red available to right middle, but at some point he'll need to get more in play.
$22.
After quite a battle on the last red, Anton Kazakov has potted it on table 2. So Stephen Maguire needs a snooker. Looks like Kazakov is going to draw level at 1-1.
$23.
Couldn't push the cue ball through enough. Yes, he's on the blue, but on the incorrect side of it. It is officially 1-1 on table 2.
Yeah, that was the downside of not getting the right angle a few shots ago. He needed to get into them sooner. But even then, they weren't a
28.
nice pack to attack, in all fairness. So he's going to try and win the safety battle now. He's got back into the frame numerically.
Ali Carter, 28.
Bridging awkwardly over the brown. This could be a little tricky. Yeah, caught them thinner than he wanted. That's why the cue ball has gone in and back out of baulk.
I just wonder if Carter can pot the red that's far right of these reds. There's a little corridor through the cluster. That's what he's looking at now.
That could have been the beginning of the end had he potted that. With only 8 points separating the two players, the pink going to the side cushion benefits no one, it hinders no one. Although there, it hindered Whelan.
It was quite a big misjudgment, that, wasn't it? To catch the pink from where he was is big miss hit. Okay, he's left this red to left corner, but it's tough cueing. Needs to stay nice and still, and he's played it well. Couldn't do anything really with the cue ball, just knew it was going into the reds and hoping to have clear sight at the central line of the cue ball through them for the pink, and he has that.
The black goes next to the
7.
or past the red that's next to it. So this is one good shot away from being in absolutely prime position.
8.
3-0 is now suddenly very much on the cards.
It's hard to see how this break goes wrong now, where the reds are for Ali Carter, and Patrick Whelan will have some regrets because he was in first, wasn't he? Got to 32, nicely in around the black spot, and just one
15.
little positional shot just cost him. It doesn't take much at this level.
16.
Didn't want to be too straight on this
23.
red. The more angle, the less pace you need to impart. The more pace you put into it, the more chance of wobbling it.
24.
It did wobble, but it went in the end. Well, he's still on a red, but it's debatable whether he can pot it with the rest.
31.
Wanted the kiss on the pink to hold the cue ball.
Ali Carter,
So Patrick
31.
Whelan not out of this yet.
No, 23 points adrift, but nothing safe now on this table, really. If he can see this red past the blue, which I think he can, he's got to go for it.
One.
Nicely cued. Is the match going to take a twist? Well, positionally, that was a nothing shot.
8.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know where he's played for the red, presumably the middle pocket, because from that angle it doesn't pass the pink, but he's overrun that by 3-4 feet. Where's this pink going? Well, that all came about
Patrick Whelan,
for
8.
such a poor
Ali
positional
Carter,
shot.
6.
And it's a free ball.
Free ball.
Unlucky to knock the pink in, yes, but as Stephen said, it was the shot before that really cost Whelan. And now pink to middle, angle to drop on the black. Happy days, it should be for Carter.
Pink ball.
He's 22 in front, so the black and the last red will leave Whelan
1.
requiring a snooker. But we've seen over the course of the last
8.
11 days, don't take this shot for granted.
Nine.
Yeah, well done, Ali Carter, a deserved winner. Whelan suffered a bad stroke of luck there, knocking in the pink. In the second
16.
frame, Carter was very lucky to fluke a red and make 44. But he's definitely been the better player. How could you possibly
18.
dispute that?
$21. $25.
The man who's got a license to fly planes. Off to a flyer.
30. Thank you. Ali Carter, 30.
The first
Thank
leader
you.
of Group 12 is Ali Carter, who's beaten Patrick Whelan by 3 frames to 0. That was the definition of the phrase solid, if not spectacular. After the break, it is Jamie Jones against Leon Crowley.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So first result of the day is in the bag. On our feature table, the top seed, the captain, Ali Carter, off to a flyer. 3-0 over Q-School top-up Patrick Whelan. Now, table 2 is a slugfest. Stephen Maguire, the defending champion, is taking on the Ukrainian professional Anton Kazakov. They're locked at 1 frame all. 2 more frames to be played over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Next match for us, Welshman Jamie Jones, a professional now for a number of years, turned professional back in 2006, taking on 20-year-old Irish professional from Cork, Leon Crowley. In terms of the head-to-head, there's nothing to go off. They've never met before, so this is a first for them both. Leon Crowley, well, in fact, Ben Wollaston joins me alongside in commentary. Both players really, in their own little ways, could do with results this season. Jamie Jones' ranking down at 63rd, so he's at that smelly cut-off. And Leon Crowley's second season of his professional card, so obviously he needs results to keep his professional status. So a good run in a tournament like this could be very helpful.
Yeah, Jamie Jones has not had as good a time of it the last year or so, and as you said, Leon Crawley, this is his second year on tour. I think he struggled definitely in his first season, but I do see improvements. I haven't watched all his matches, but I think he's scoring a little bit heavier than he was the first half of last season.
Yeah, listen, he's 20 years of age, he's got time on his side, and it's invaluable experience on the professional circuit. It's tough, we know that. But I agree, the improvements have started to come. A couple of qualifiers we had early in this season. Leon Crowley, he lost in round 1 to Andrew Higginson in the China Open 6-4. That was a close match. But in Wuhan, he did manage to beat Louis Yang 5-2 before losing 5-2 to Michael Holt. But there's plenty to build on.
One.
Pretty good kiss on the blue, so he's straight blue into the corner, top through for one of the two reds to the opposite black pocket.
Six.
I was looking at the record from Leon last season as a whole. 18,000 ranking points were banked, but 10,000 of those came in the World Championship. Of course, that's a big money tournament. So the bulk of his ranking last year came in World Qualifying. And in 11 events, he lost in round 1, which is obviously something to work on. You know, the early rounds, Ben, are so key now, aren't they? Because it
7.
not only gets you off the mark in terms of prize money and ranking points, but it allows you to potentially build a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, I think wherever you're ranked, your second round in any tournament, you definitely feel just a bit more comfortable than you do in that first round.
12.
I think I don't know if he bases himself at Victoria's or he's there quite a lot, so playing other professionals can only help him.
$13.
Yeah, I can't imagine the match practice in his hometown will be anywhere near as good as the match practice that he'd get in places like those academies. Lots of professionals are based there, top professionals.
$20. $21.
just while we watch Leon Crowley go about this visit, Maguire is on the prowl. Table 2. Trailed in this frame. Needs pink and black to pinch it by 1. Didn't play the blue particularly well. Is it round the angles for the black? Oh dear me. What a time to join table 2. Incredible end to that third frame. Well, the 3-4 cushion route for Maguire there went drastically wrong, and that all came about from a bad shot on the blue. So advantage Anton Kazakov, chance to win all 3 points there.
27. $28.
Way short on that. He played to come top side of that blue to go into the reds. So even though he's got the blue, it's going to be very difficult to get on another red here.
$33.
Well, it's a good pot. I'm not sure he can get through to that red to left corner. I mean, if he can, that is some shot. I think the first red is just in the way. You see the red can pot, but I think the top red might be just in the way.
Leon Crowley. 33.
Been a lot of talk. This event have been predominantly about the pocket size. How did you find them when you played your group? We had Jack Jones in for a little interview with Phil last night, and of course he won the group, but he did say the pockets were absolutely brutal.
I played on the last Monday, and it was the first day, new cloth. But yeah, I agree. I didn't think they were brutal. I just think they were far tighter than they used to be. I think pretty much similar to Star Table. I guess Jack, though, playing in the Championship League last few years, was used to them being a lot more comfortable than they are now. They're definitely, a lot tighter and a more of a challenge, especially along the cushion.
So already nicely in front in this opening frame. Leon Crowley back in amongst them. Just needs to mind his work now. The Reds have opened. Can he put the finishing touches to this frame? Now, Ali Carter's set the pace in this group now, winning his match 3-0. Of course, all 3 points, but the frame advantage of not conceding a frame could play a part later on.
8. 9. $15. Leon Crowley. 15.
Well, that is unexpected. That's come out of nowhere. Jamie Jones out of his seat like a racehorse. But that is just as bad. So, shaky little start to this opening frame. Both players just trying to get something going, build a little bit of rhythm, but at the minute it's a bit stop-start.
One.
Good pot there from Jamie, and I think he's just come far enough to get to this
5.
red.
Six. $11.
It's worked out nicely, that red cannon the black.
$12.
Enjoyed a couple of good seasons, Jamie Jones, but we've already mentioned his ranking is just starting to slip somewhat. Last season,
Yes.
didn't really pull up any trees. In fact, the events he won most of his prize money
17.
in came at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters and the World Championship, which again, 2 big money tournaments. So without those, it would have been a very, very below par campaign for the Welshman.
$18.
It's funny, isn't it? As a professional snooker player over the years, you experience seasons where it's a bit of a struggle and you can't quite pinpoint why your form has dipped, but it's part and parcel of the game, isn't it, Ben? You've got to weather the storm when it comes and then enjoy the momentum when that arrives.
25.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, not always are you playing worse than you did in other seasons. It just can be
26.
just losing a few close matches. And, you know, depends obviously what tournaments, as you said, you do well in that shows your ranking higher. Because for me, my best season was a couple of seasons ago.
33.
When I, you know, played at the Crucible, but I didn't feel good in that season at
34.
all. I felt better in other seasons, but prize money wise and ranking points wise, it was my best season.
And of course, you can't pick and choose what events you play well in and when you play well, so you have to take it when it comes.
41.
But I remember a good few years ago, my old practice partner Stuart Carrington, he had a good run in a couple of events. One
42.
being getting to the semi-finals of the Gibraltar Open, which carried 6,000 ranking points. You think a semi-final in any other ranking tournament, and had been well up the rankings.
Yeah, Jamie's just landed straight on this black, so it's going to be very difficult or almost impossible to get on that red now on the bulk cushion.
Blue ball. Jamie Jones.
He
40.
snookered Leon behind the yellow and pink, and I think he also tried to block off the side cushion with the blue. Not sure he's quite done that, but
How? Jamie Jones. 4.
not a bad result there, because I know he gave 4 points away, but he got the red safe, so that was the main thing there.
I must say, because of the experience of the two in a tactical battle, you'd have to fancy Jamie Jones. Again, an example of that. He's played a well-controlled safety shot there. Cue ball and object ball under complete control. And it provides a window of opportunity to score a few.
One. Six. Eight.
So he may have some regrets from this opening frame. Leon Crowley, he had 2 good chances. The second one in particular, when he was already nicely in front, misread to the middle
11.
pocket from right behind it. In this company at this level, you can't afford cheap errors like that, so plenty for him to build on for the remainder of this match, but losing the opening frame in this format is not ideal. Feels like a uphill battle now for Leon
15.
to get all 3 points, but still plenty of snooker to be played. Both players
20.
using this first frame as an opportunity to get to grips with exactly how this match table is playing. But it's first blood to the
Jamie Jones,
Welshman.
26.
Jamie Jones takes the
25.
opening frame
Yeah. Up.
to lead Leon Crowley 1-0. Now, table 2, we left it a few moments ago with Stephen Maguire on the penultimate pink to get the third frame won by a single point. He potted the pink, but going round the angles, he went straight into the middle pocket. Just a slight misjudgment, cost him the frame, and things seem to be going from bad to worse at the moment for the defending champion. Every time I look over, he's rattling balls into pockets. I get the impression he thinks the pockets are playing on the nippy side, certainly. Anton Kazakov, he's a tough little competitor, you know. I class him as a bit of a rhythm disruptor. He goes about his snooker in his own little world. He doesn't mind playing on in frames where he needs many snookers. He's happy to just keep plodding along. That can affect some players. So far, this morning it's working. Possibly closing in on a big upset here on table 2.
Seven.
Yeah, Anton's shown, I think, a lot of improvement since he was last on the tour. I actually watched his match against Marco Fu a couple of weeks ago, and he played very well. Yeah,
he beat Marco, didn't he? In the final black, was it? In that qualifier, did he need a snooker in the last frame as well?
I think so. I just remember him fluking the yellow, and then he put a very good green in the middle and held himself together.
Yeah, that was it. It was the fluke on the yellow, wasn't it? Not the snooker. Still a fantastic win.
13.
I couldn't believe how well Marco took it at the end, actually. Having lost the frame in that manner, they spent a while in the arena chatting and dissecting the match. We'll keep you up to date with all the progress on table 2. Maguire, Kazakov, Robbie Williams and Nugget Onyi available on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. So Jamie Jones getting us underway in this second frame. So a miss hit on the safety shot from Jamie Jones, and Leon Crowley in amongst them, but not with anything straightforward to go at. He seems keen to investigate a plan to this right corner pocket. He must feel they're dead set, albeit there's a gap between them. And it was enough to make it missable.
Yeah, he could have played for the black there. Maybe the red would have gone in, but he tried to put a little bit of safety in it, going up for the blue, but this red's come back over the black pocket.
Thank you. 1.
Well, it's a glorious scoring chance now for Jamie Jones. He's pretty much parallel to this black. He can play a little cannon to the reds north of it. Red available to left corner, one to right corner. Can't really go wrong. And black available into both corner pockets.
8.
Don't say it, don't say it, don't say it.
9.
Two reds, two blacks.
He's not even potted the second black yet, Ben.
Got confidence in Jamie.
16.
No, if anything, it's a good chance to just keep his foot on Leon Crowley. He's got him right where he wants him at the moment.
17.
Chance to score a few and compound that pain. Cue ball being cleaned once again by our referee Natalia Gradonarian. We saw that a lot yesterday. A lot of cloth fibres being picked up by the white.
$24. 25. 32. 33. 40. 41.
So Jamie taking the pink here, so it's the end of the possible 147.
47. 48. 55. 56.
One thing that has been well down on previous years, Ben, the century tally count for this event. So far, we're on 36. There's not a lot really in this format. Last year, the event finished on, I think, 107 or 108, so
61.
we're over halfway through this phase one. I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that this year.
Yeah, I noticed the first week and the day I played, you know, there wasn't many centuries going about. I think, and if in the Invitational one in January, if it's
62.
you get a lot of centuries in that, I'm sure that will be down as well.
The level of scoring in general on the tour has never been better. There's players right down the ranks now just firing in tons
67.
for fun, really. So Jamie Jones sets himself for what is frame ball. gets nowhere near it. So, a lifeline for Leon Crowley,
Jones,
perhaps.
67. One.
So, good pot from Leon Crowley, but it's all happening on table 2. We're reaching a very important juncture of this match. The top seed, defending champion Stephen Maguire, 2-1 down, desperately trying to salvage the draw from this match, but Anton Kazakov with an opportunity to burgle all 3 points as Leon Crowley misses the black.
Crowley. 1.
Nine.
Quick check of the score for Kazakov. 1 in front, so needs pink and black. Well, not too sure of the approach from Kazakov there in terms of getting to the black. Seemed a more difficult route, trying to swing the cue ball around. And how do you fancy these, Ben?
1.
Yeah, not easy. He sort of nearly missed the pink and got too much screw on the white, so that's why he's a lot further up the table than he should have been.
8.
Great pot.
Well, that is a brilliant pot from Anton Kazakov. Okay, he had a little bit of insurance with Maguire needing to pot it to force the respot, but goodness me, that is as good as you'll see. So big upset over on the other table. The 4th seed, Anton Kazakov, has taken all 3 points from the defending champion, Stephen Maguire, and throws that group wide open.
17. 23. 24. 30. 31. 36.
So it's been a dominant second frame from Welshman Jamie Jones.
38.
Just starting to look like he's going through the gears now. You can often get a sense from the body language of a player. He's quite a busy character, isn't he, Jamie, when he's walking around the table?
41.
Quite intense. But he looks to have found a little something here. And it's being helped by the fact Leon Crowley,
45.
at the moment, unable to put him under any sort of pressure. Had a couple of chances. It's just not quite been clinical enough just yet.
50. 56. Jamie Jones.
So helped
63.
by a couple of big breaks
frame.
there. Jamie Jones comfortably takes the second frame. He leads 2-0. He's guaranteed himself the draw and with it a point, but he wants more. He wants all three. Big frame coming up. So the prize money for this BetVictor Championship League, it builds quite drastically. As you can see, stage 1 group winners receive a minimum of 3,000, and that increases throughout the event. Remember, 128 players join this tournament. We're playing for 32 places in phase 2, where phase 2 will then be whittled down to 2 groups of 8. And then the group winners will face off a best of 5 final for a top prize of £20,000. Now, if you win the whole event, you can add the 20, the 6, the 4 and the 3 for each stage for a grand total of £33,000, and with it 33,000 ranking points. And possibly, Ben, the opportunity to play in the Champion of Champions. There's a lot of carrots dangling for this tournament, and an event which notoriously doesn't always play host to the top players in the game. It provides maybe a window of opportunity for a mid-ranked player to come through the field.
Yeah, even though it's not considered the biggest tournament prize money-wise, it can get you in even the Grand Prix for a lot of the players. If you win this early in the season, you'd probably expect to get in the Grand Prix. But yeah, the Champion of Champions is always a big one for the majority of the players, because most players never play in it, or possibly only play once in their life in it. So I think that's an extra prize as well.
For someone like Jamie Jones, where he's ranked at the minute 63rd, I think we've already mentioned. Yeah, he's down at 63rd at the minute. I say down, it's it's pretty good, but he's around that nervy cut-off of 64 after the season, where players start to get relegated from the tour. And it's a massive difference for someone like Jamie. Let's say he finishes second today, 2,000, or if he wins the group, a guaranteed minimum of 4,000 with the opportunity to earn more. That they're the sort of figures that can make the difference of falling off the tour.
Yeah, Jamie caught that safety way too thin. A little bit fortunate that he's covered the red. So he's going for a plant here, but the red's a little bit away from the pocket, so it's not guaranteed.
1.
Good plant, but he's left himself another difficult shot on this black, being so close to the side cushion. That was a great pot, especially being 2-0 down, the red being over the pocket. There was a lot of pressure on that shot.
Yeah, cued it well, and now wants to get into the pack if possible. That red being closest to that left corner pocket provides a bit of insurance. Yeah, just don't think he really thought about that before he potted the red. A low angle on that black. It was a free opportunity
16.
to get into the cluster, and at some point he'll have to get there. And he's paid the ultimate price.
16.
Just a poor decision there, wasn't it, Ben, to not leave that low angle on the black?
Yeah, the red being so close to the pocket, he could have sort of landed wherever he wanted. Up. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't think
One.
about it, or he just played it badly and landed straight. But yeah, if he landed low on that black, he could have gone into the reds. Almost guaranteed to be on that red that was closer to the left-hand black pocket.
Eight.
Yeah, that's not worked out for Jamie, so just a safety.
Jamie Jones. 8.
Well, the cue ball not on the baulk cushion, so Jamie may have been tempted to take something on, but he's not pushing the boat out. He doesn't need to. He's got the advantage of the 2-frame lead in this match. Probably senses that Leon Crowley is struggling somewhat out there and looking to try and just keep him at bay.
Yeah, I think if he was 2-0 down, he'd have probably gone for one of those long reds, but he sees his opponent struggling and he doesn't want to give him an easy chance.
I think in this format as well, and we've seen it a lot over the last few days, it's important to keep that presence of mind and pretty much read the room, read the table, you know, understand the situation and how every frame can have such a big impact come the end of play. The difference between a 3-0 win and a 3-1 can be huge. Jamie Jones, vastly experienced, he'll be well aware of that. Jamie can play a similar sort of shot, bend the cue ball around the back of the black, big target up in behind that brown. Nice little corridor to try and find there, and it's a good line. That's very well played.
Yeah, I can't see any straightforward way back into bulk here, so Jamie's got his opponent in a lot of trouble here, especially with the reds all in the open, so a mistake here could be the end of the match. Done very well there.
Yeah, that was nice to see from Leon. He kept his discipline, he kept his patience, and he tried to find a shot. Played it well, and it's possibly forced an opening here. Jamie Jones, he caught that long red much too thick. But it's just not quite happening at the minute for the Irishman.
Yeah, he's got a long straight red here to stump for the pink, and it looks like he'd possibly only leave the red he's going for if he missed it.
One.
Cued that nicely.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a puzzle, this table. Okay, the reds look like they might be spread nicely, but getting access to them requires precise cue ball control. As he pots one, it may release another. So the way in which he takes these reds will be key.
Nine. $15.
Amazing, isn't it, Ben? Just how quickly the breaks can break down. Just that slight lack of touch in amongst the balls, that control. You start chasing your cue ball around the table.
Yeah, and he's going for a tricky red in the middle here. Great recovery pot there. Could do with getting on that red that's nearest the left-hand black pocket, because that would free at least one, possibly two more reds into the same pocket.
No worries. 22. 23.
Well, again, just slightly
29.
lower than he would have liked to have been on this red. And okay, the pot may not be the problem here. Navigating his cue ball via those 3 reds on the left side cushion might be his downfall.
$30.
Played that nicely, played the cannon perfectly, so black puts him 45 in front.
37.
So he just needs 3 of these reds that are in the open to possibly take this 3rd frame.
I
38.
think this is what he desperately needed, to just score a few when he got in. The chance, as I said at the start, it wasn't a clear-cut chance. He's had to work these reds, but so far so good.
$45. $46.
So just looking for that one lone red between pink and black. If he gets on that, it should be a formality to play for either pink or black. Okay, a little closer to the side rail than he would have liked, but
49.
kept this break going well. Can he just kill off the frame? Yeah, good pot. So black for snooker's
50.
required. Doesn't need to do anything heroic here, just drop the black in and drop the red along the rail.
$57.
Again, an example
Will
of
Crowley,
just
57.
catching the near jaw. This event, they're not very accepting. At that pace, you could have certainly forgiven that to have dropped. 2 snookers.
1.
Jamie requires now. Tall order.
Eight.
And again, pretty
Here
much a
goes
carbon
8,
copy
conceded.
of the red that Leon Crowley missed. So in the end,
Frame
it was the
Leon Crowley.
break of 57 which did the bulk of the damage. As the players converse over the conditions, presumably. Jamie has had a number of shots where he
It was
felt
all week with
he's
these
had a
balls.
kick.
Yeah. Same balls.
Well, it was the balls they were disputing. Natalia Gradinari putting her foot down, saying these balls have been out all week. Stop moaning, lads. So, table 2, Robbie Williams on Yi off to a flyer. Good visit in the first frame to take the opening. It was one of those frames where the reds were spread far and wide. Eventually, she knocked in a good red to left middle, made a big break. So, first blood to the 3-time women's world champion. Robbie Williams, though, Bennett, a player that on his day, he can be an absolute world beater, but then he can go missing for a few months, can't he?
Yeah, I remember. Did he go 3 or 4 years where he didn't lose in the world qualifying? He had a really good record getting to the Crucible. And then, yeah, you wouldn't see him for quite a few months. I've always thought, ever since junior days, he's one of the best players at potting a long blue.
16.
Maybe he has practice, but yeah,
It's
it's
quite a
long
niche
blue.
stat, that, isn't it?
I think
the best players at the long blue.
Yeah, I just remember as a junior just thinking if he ever had a long blue, I just don't, get your hopes up. It's going to go in.
16.
But yeah, he's a lovely guy, Robbie. Very quiet, but yeah.
Well, there we go. Robbie Williams, one of the greatest long blue potters the game has ever seen. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel if you want to see him slamming the long blues home.
Hopefully he lives up to it now.
So we're going to be treated to the full complements of frames here on table 1. Leon Crowley with a good visit. He dug deep there. He was out of position a couple of times, but he just refused to lie down. Takes the frame, and now he's got the chance to salvage the draw. When really, it was all Jamie Jones at the start of this match.
Yeah, and Ali winning his first match 3-0. I think he'd pretty much like a draw in this match. Makes him in an even stronger position in this group.
One.
a little thin on that brown. He couldn't quite get hold of the cue ball the way he wanted to.
5.
Well, that has meant, at first glance, it's going to be end of break. I was talking yesterday, myself and David Hendon, Ben, the representatives on the tour, the different nations that are represented now. There's more Ukrainian professionals on the snooker tour than there is Irish professionals, and of course in years gone by Ireland has been, well, it's produced some fabulous players, hasn't it? Now Ken Doherty has decided to hang his cue up. We've only got Leon Crowley and Aaron Hill representing Ireland.
Yeah, I think it's great for the game that, you know, Ukraine and obviously Central Europe, Poland is obviously another big country with a few professionals now. And 10, 15 years ago, there wasn't really any, so it's good to see.
How much do you think those European PTC events that we used to have, that little PTC tour, how much of an impact did they have to European countries getting involved in snooker?
I think quite a lot, especially Poland, because they obviously had PTC for quite a number of years. Ukraine's obviously close to Poland, so that's probably rubbed off as well. But I know in Europe and Eastern Europe, they watch so much snooker, so that can only be a good thing, because hopefully, you know, some people go down the club and play.
Yeah, Eurosport has had a massive hand in that, showing snooker to European countries. Of course, a couple of seasons ago I was playing on the Q Tour myself and travelling to those parts of Europe and seeing the entry numbers and the guys getting involved. That's how the game develops. That's how the love for the game grows.
And also not just on the Pro Tour, but in the amateurs and juniors, you're seeing, if anything, the Europeans are stronger than the UK players, I would say, in the junior game at the moment. And that was never the case 10 or 15 years ago. UK used to sort of dominate those junior events.
Yeah, and it was via a junior event, the WSF junior event, that Leon Crowley turned professional. Beat your man, didn't he, Kalen Patel?
Yeah, in the final, yeah, he did. He won 5-0. It wasn't the best final, very nervy, I think, because both players knew what a big match it was for both of them.
Wow,
But yeah, I did actually watch that
Jones
match
4.
online.
Yeah.
Just thinking back to those PTC events, the tour has changed quite drastically, hasn't it? You know, you look at how the season and calendar is sort of structured now. We've got big qualifiers clumped up into, you know, weeks on end, and they were good opportunities, weren't they, those PTC events, to just get away, and they were quite social events as well, weren't they, for the players? You think about the young players getting on the tour now, and it's, you know, you don't get that opportunity really to sort of mingle like you used to.
Yeah, I think, especially even for myself, the top players, the big names, you never really saw them unless I occasionally qualified for a venue, but there you were just going out to eat with them, having a drink with them, so they just seemed normal, and I think that sort of stopped a bit of the fear factor, because you're seeing them more often, the top players, and when you played them, maybe most players weren't as scared of them. But yeah, as you say, it was a social thing. I think Riga was one of the favourite tournaments for a lot of players because it was a lovely city and players really enjoyed going to these tournaments.
Yeah, the old town in Riga, beautiful part of the world actually. Of course, we had the Paul Hunter Classic at the Stadthalle in Germany. That was always a well-supported event. Definitely not because there was an Irish bar just down the road.
Yeah, that's almost the original one, isn't it? That was on for so many years. Paul Hunter tournament.
Thank you. 1.
Cannon didn't quite go to plan for Jamie.
Black ball.
Well, black nominated, so clearly can see enough of it. Quite a cagey start to this fourth and final frame of this
David
match.
Jones 1.
Both players, for different reasons, battling hard to get it won. Ali Carter very much in the camp of Leon Crowley for this one. It's funny as well that for all the safety that's been played, quite a nice table still. Should someone get a chance. You can see he just didn't like the bridge hand position there, Jamie. He was eyeing up that red to right corner, trying to swing the cue ball through the reds. But the fact he just couldn't quite get comfortable on the baulk cushion meant he looked elsewhere. And in fairness, he's played a great return.
Yeah, he has. He's a bit unlucky to leave the gap to this long red.
Well, that might be his best piece of cueing
1.
all afternoon. Played it to perfection. Now, what goes to this right corner? He can't do anything with the cue ball, just float the blue in. Are they all covering one another? Good chance, isn't it? If he can get nicely on a red here, black's waiting, black spot available.
6. Seven. Black ball. $14.
Yeah, it's a good chance now. He's got quite a few open reds. If he could get a draw out of this match, it'd be a very, very good result considering how he started this match. Obviously losing that first frame
15.
was disappointing from 40 or 50 in front. But if he could savour a draw here, it'd still keep him in this group.
Yeah, and you have to commend how he's conducted himself, really, from losing the first 2 frames and particularly squandering the chances that he had. Could have quite easily have
22.
thrown the towel in, but he hasn't. He's battled hard, and that's good to see, because this format, different to any others, you're guaranteed matches, multiple matches in a day, so you can play your way into a bit of form. And if you can get the draw, as you say, Ben, it gives him something to build on. Well, he's somewhat weathered the storm early on in this break. He's managed to get himself back
23.
into perfect position.
Third. Leon Crowley, 30.
He'll be disappointed there. Good chance to make a lot more from that visit.
Just felt like there was a miss coming, didn't it? Been out of position a couple of times and was just chasing perfect control of the white. Didn't necessarily want to have to play that red to middle.
1.
And in the end, that's where he came unstuck. So Jamie Jones been thrown a lifeline in this frame.
Eight. Jamie Jones, 8.
A lifeline he didn't want. Well, that red was flirting dangerously close to that top pocket. The second he struck that as a safety shot, I think we all knew where it was heading, and you can see from the response, the reaction from Leon Crowley. He's disgusted with himself. Just handed back a scoring chance for Jamie Jones.
1. Six. 7.
Chance to just split the 3 reds up here. Doesn't need to go at them with too much pace, just a little controlled kiss to them. Nicely done.
$13. 14.
Yeah, Jamie used the opportunity there to get the only red that was safe off the cushion.
Good decision as well. Good thinking, forward thinking. The opportunity arose to
20.
push it into play. When it came about, he took it. And now he's just got
21.
to keep close control of his white. He's back in the frame.
$27.
Yeah, so Jamie's 5 in front, so he'll only need these 4 reds with any colours really, so he won't need that difficult yellow
28.
on the bulk cushion. Yeah, and that's gone wrong. He just wanted to slide past those
31.
2 reds to leave them into the middle pocket, but just clipped the red. He's having a look at the potting angle on this red, but it's very thin.
Just looked too thin, didn't it?
Jamie
where
Jones,
we were.
31.
A shot he didn't have to play. Okay, maybe fueled with disappointment with the fact he didn't get past the 2 reds and on the one he played for. But it always looked like the sort of frame that could go a little bit sticky, a bit scrappy as they fight to both win it.
Good chance for Jamie to get a snooker on these last 3 reds.
catches this safety shot just right, that yellow is a big target. He needs to be careful to push the red towards this right corner pocket. He's managed to play it fine enough, although Jamie has a similar sort of line. And it looks better. Very good. That yellow was screaming out, wasn't it, to be found?
Yeah, it was a good shot by Jamie. I think Jamie knew halfway while the white was still rolling that it was close. And it looked like for a second it might just go past the yellow, but it didn't. So this is a lot of trouble here for Leon.
Yeah, it looks like if he can just squeeze past the yellow and the green, well, from there it doesn't look like he can. Big trouble.
It's looking like he's trying to possibly rest on the red next to the pink, but he'd have to be so precise not to leave a pot on. Otherwise, I think it'd be a hit and hope.
Well, it was the hit and hope, and now he really is hoping.
Jamie Jones, 4.
Oh, Jamie Jones immediately taking the decision to have the cue ball replaced. Wonder if he'll get a better chance than slotting that red into the middle pocket. Black was available.
Jimmy? Following the miss, Jamie Jones, 4.
Well, chose a different path that time. He may feel like this is achievable. He needs quite a bit of left-hand side because he needs it to straighten up off this top cushion to catch that red. And getting to the left of the cue ball where it's placed isn't straightforward with the yellow being next to it. Back to the old hit and hope. This time Jamie won't be having this replaced.
Foul and a miss. Jamie Jones, 4. One.
Well, he was up very quickly because he knew the second he struck
7.
that, the pink was going to be a hindrance, and it is. He's 28 points in front. Was looking for red colour. The red is there, but no colour available, so having to take the more difficult red. Could there be one final twist and turn in this match?
8.
All things considered, he's potted that nicely. It's been a tough battle this game for both players, really. Leon Crowley was nicely in front in this final frame. He'll have plenty of regrets if he goes on to lose it.
Not played that perfectly, but this red still cuts. And this is match ball.
$11.
So 32 in front. 2 snookers at the moment, but if this pink disappears, which it hasn't, so I think Leon Crowley
Jamie
will be
Jones,
interested
11.
to carry on. Well, really the only big target on this table now is the pink. Well, that's a good pot,
2.
and I think that will be that. Jamie Jones, he's battled hard. It was a good start to this match, 2-0 up. He was pegged back, and it was looking like Leon Crowley was going to make all the run in this deciding frame.
Jamie Jones, 2.
He's still going to carry on. He's still going to battle. 3 snookers required now. It's not so much getting the snookers, it's making sure they're tough ones to hit. To get the 3 penalty points that he requires, or the 3 snookers that he requires, he's probably going to have to lay multiple snookers to force the error from Jamie. Especially when he's now found himself in one.
Yeah, now that pink going on this black cushion, there's hardly anything really to snooker behind, so it's a very tall order to get any snookers now from this position.
Free. Leon Crowley free.
Any given opportunity now for Jamie Jones, it's going to be the old in or over. Try and send that brown or any ball hanging in the jaws, try and force Leon Crowley to just knock them in, and with it remove another ball from play, which could potentially be a ball to get refuge in behind. So his chances of winning this frame extremely slim. And even more so now. So he's offered the nod, and with it the handshake. So it's going to be Welshman Jamie Jones that I can't imagine he'll be delighted with the performance, but he'll be delighted with the result. He takes all 3 points, and he stays out there to take on Patrick Whelan in our next game in around 5 minutes' time. Don't go anywhere.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
Welcome back, everyone. The top 2 seeds in this group have both won their opening matches. Carter more impressively than Jones, but the fact remains, if Jamie Jones can win this match now against Patrick Whelan, he would end the session on 6 points, and he would place top seed Carter under a certain amount of pressure. Now, good story developing over on table 2, where Nageon Yi, the former Women's World Champion, she leads Robbie Williams 2-1 after making a very nice 57 clearance to green that proved decisive in the third frame. So one more frame to go there. Williams trying to salvage a draw, and then he plays Anton Kazakov last. Kazakov having already beaten Stephen Maguire, the defending champion, by 3 frames to 1. So one more match in this session. Jones will be very happy with the initial result he's obtained. He would like a little more fluency in this match. Only one break of note against Crowley, 67. These two have played before in this year's last season's German Masters qualifying round. Jamie Jones won handily, held by breaks of 100, 87, 73 and 50. He'd love a repeat of that.
One.
Great clean pot there from Patrick to start this match. He's hoping this match goes better than his first match against Ali Carter.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, basically what happened against Carter. First frame, Carter made 68, very nice. Second frame, he put together a timely 44 from an outrageous fluke. And then in the third,
4.
Whelan potted the penultimate red but knocked in the pink at the same time, left a free ball, and that was that.
$17.
Can't miss balls like that. He was in, and suddenly he's out.
Yeah, it's the frustrating part about snooker. He's pot a great red to get in, gave himself a great opportunity, and then missed a red that he'd missed 1 in 100.
Six. Seven. Fourteen.
Robbie Williams is going to draw 2-2 with Onyi.
69.
15.
And that means if Kazakov beats Williams in our next match,
69.
he would be looking
In the frame.
very good indeed to win the group, maybe with a match to spare.
20. 21.
Yeah, just to give you the details of that. Williams making the highest break of the match to seal the point, a break of 69.
Yellow ball. Jamie Jones, 21.
He's been a good player for a long time, Jamie Jones. Made a 147 in a junior tournament when he was only 14. That was back in 2002.
I think that's the same age as I think Judd Trump made one at 14 as well. So I'm not sure who's got the record, but I'm sure they were both 14.
Yeah, I think the record actually in the Guinness Book of Records for the youngest 147 is from someone we're going to see next week, Sean Maddox.
Yeah, I think that's in professional tournament, isn't it? Yeah. I think theirs were Judd and Jamie Jones are both in an amateur event.
Yeah, making a 147 is the pinnacle, but they don't come along too often. Quite often you have to really fight for frames, and that's what Jones has been doing. And where he is in the world rankings, 63. Every point is vital. Yeah, only the top 64 at the end of the season retain their cards, together with 4 players on the 1-year list, the biggest earners from the 1 season list, who aren't in the 64. So it's a tough school. If you don't get in the required number, it's back to Q School, where no one wants to go. Jamie Jones did regain his place at Q School in 2020, but it's not somewhere you want to keep visiting. On table 2, Robbie Williams and Anton Kazakov. The last match of the session over there, underway.
Both players anxious with that red near the green pocket. Just got to make sure they keep covering it with a safety shot. Anxious look from Patrick to see if he's covered this red near the green pocket. And he has. Jamie's having a look again.
I will recall what you might regard as the career highlight of Jamie Jones so far, getting to the quarterfinals of the World Championship at the Crucible in 2012. Played brilliantly to beat Sean Murphy, then Andrew Higginson, and he played really well in the quarters as well, only succumbing 13-11 to Ali Carter. And of course Carter is the biggest stumbling block, it seems, to Jones winning this group. They will meet in the last match later.
Yeah, Patrick overhit that safety to leave Jamie that red to the green pocket.
6.
Yeah, the tap on the table, Ben, because the black's blocked.
Yeah, he screwed it back nicely for the black, but there was always a chance that that red could come near that pocket and cover the black. I think he's got two choices here really. The long blue, he's looking at rolling up to the yellow, but he'd still leave possible pot for Patrick.
Yellow ball.
Now he's going to come off the top cushion and rest up to this yellow.
Jamie Jones, 7.
You can understand that shot, but I think others would have taken the more aggressive route.
I bet he wishes he did now, Phil, because it's always the case. If he misses that and leaves Jamie in, it's the right decision. But because now Patrick's pot it, it seems like the wrong decision.
Yeah, at least by going for the blue there, he got his own destiny in his hands. Whereas by leaving that red,
4.
he put the destiny of the frame perhaps in the hands of Whelan. Beaten by two good players in Q School, Whelan, Liam Davis and George Pragnell. Nevertheless, 5th in the Q School Order of Merit. He'll get plenty of starts as the season continues.
He's completely overhit that. He's still on this black, but it's a lot thinner than he would like. It makes the position difficult to get on the next red as well. You catch that near jaw, far more often than not the ball stays out. But at that pace, he just about went in.
Patrick Whelan, 22.
Whelan 11 to the good, which means both players, as it stands, will need that awkward yellow. Well, Ben, this frame, not dissimilar to most of the action in Jones's first match against Crowley. Quite scrappy.
Yeah, Jamie will be happy with the win in his first match. He wasn't at his best, but I think the main thing is to get a win in that first match. Doesn't really matter how you play, and then he can build on it in his next two matches. Bit more of an attacking safety there from Jamie. Brought the yellow out because before they were just tapping up to the reds. Nothing was really happening. So hopefully that improves this frame going forward.
Looks as though Robbie Williams is going to win the first frame against Anton Kazakov on table 2. Kazakov needing snookers. Last night after he won his group, Jack Jones was explaining to me that in the left-hand portion of the table, especially towards the top of the table, there were some roll-offs occurring, some drifting as the players call it. And I think another JJ from Wales, i.e. Jamie Jones, has experienced that in this frame. But he got away with that one, as did Whelan. Well, I think he was on the walk there. I think he thought he'd fluked it.
Possible big pocket here for Jamie if he can pot this red in off the pink.
One.
Yeah, good call, Ben, and a pretty good shot. Now, this black, yes, okay, it's very close to the pocket, but don't get the idea it's easy. Has to be struck accurately.
I think the only thing that helped Jamie there was the black was touching the cushion and he played it with run inside, which helped the black go in. But you're right, Phil, that shot now, even though it's quite close to the pocket, it's a lot trickier than it has been in previous seasons.
9.
And a while ago, the Jamie Jones decision to play safe and intentionally free up the yellow, that's going to be very valuable, it seems. This is the crunch ball of the frame.
Pot the yellow, but the white just kept rolling and rolling, and he's possibly got this green down into the black pocket, but he is very close to it, so he just needs to be careful he doesn't play a push shot here.
When object ball and cue ball are so close together, it really is tough to judge the potting angle. Oh, well done.
21.
But more work yet to complete. 10 in front, so he needs brown and blue.
Two really good pots there, especially the green. So that should seal the first frame for Jamie.
30.
Yeah, 19 ahead with pink and black on, so we will be careful here just to trundle the pink over the pocket. Or at least try to, because with one 6-point penalty snooker and then pink and black, Whelan could yet force a respotted black. Over the course of the first 12 days of the tournament, Ben, I can recall one frame that was won with a snooker required on pink and black. Chang Bing Yu against Phil O'Kane. You could tell from his reaction that was another ball that Jones thought ran off a true course.
Not as played, he got a slight double kiss there to Fluke the snooker.
Foul. Jamie Jones.
And now
6.
with 2 snookers needed on pink and black, Patrick Whelan looks at Jamie Jones, says, yeah, it's about time to concede. It's been a good session so far for Jones. A winner in his first match, 1-0 up in his second. So I was telling you that Robbie Williams looked like winning the first frame against Anton Kazakov. Well, he did win the first frame. And how important could that last break from Williams be against Nagon Yi? He was 2-1 down. He made a 69 to salvage the draw. And now if he could win this match, well, he would go into the break between sessions as the table topper. First thing this morning, Anton Kazakov lost the first frame against Stephen Maguire, but then won the next 3. Didn't make a half century in any of them, but what a good result that was for him.
One.
I think it's fair to say, Ben, he's quite methodical, isn't he, Kazakov?
Yeah, I haven't watched loads of him play, but I know he's a big. He practices a lot at Victoria's
Bravo.
academy in Sheffield. Even when he wasn't on the tour, he was there every single day. So I think he enjoys practicing. But that's a
4.
big mistake there,
3 ball.
rolling up to the brown.
Okay.
Yeah, the referee was obliged to say it was a free ball, but we all knew what was going to come next. Kazakov put back in. Lucky really there, he had the full pack to go for, but has he been a little heavy-handed? Now that's a pretty useful safety.
Great shot there from Robbie Williams.
1.
Had to get that. I know it was a big pocket, but he had to be so precise. So it's only going to get him 1 point, but the main thing was not giving Anton an easy chance.
Yeah, well conceived shot that and well executed. And now the safety initiative is with Williams. Okay then, we'll keep you up to date with that. Williams 1-0 up on Kazakov. Early days in the match, early days here. But Patrick Whelan is now at the point where you would think he has to win the next 3 frames to remain in contention to win the group. Having lost his first match 3-0 to Ali Carter A draw almost certainly won't be enough in this one. Defeat definitely would see him eliminated. Normally, Ben, you'd say a draw would see him eliminated, but after what happened yesterday, I just hedged my bets. Jack Jones winning a group with 4 points. Still can't quite believe it.
Yeah, it's just the way
One.
these groups can work out. Sometimes you can get 7 points and not win the group, and other times, yeah, 3 or 4 is possible, but it's just how the matches go. If it's if there's no weak player sort of in the group, then you can get through with a lower number.
And sometimes you can get 6 points and finish third.
Yeah, I was trying to forget about it, but yeah, somehow, yeah, I lost on highest break, 3rd place last Monday.
Well, wanted to nestle into the bunch there, and instead the white ball came out of them.
It's obviously tight, this red, because Patrick's looking at playing it with a slight swerve to possibly pot this red.
One.
Pot the red, but it's still tricky on this black because he's bridging over a couple of reds.
Yeah, did really well there.
Nine. Sixteen. 17.
Not shown his best form today by any means, but every time I've seen him, I think technically he looks pretty good, and with more experience, I think he could certainly come through Q School in years to come. Really nice split.
24.
Yeah, he's definitely getting closer every year to getting on the main tour, so I'm sure he'll do it at some point in the next few seasons.
25.
Got there easy, but for a minute I wasn't sure he'd hit that hard enough. But he seemed, he seemed confident it was going to reach the pocket.
Thirty-two. 33. 38.
Now the yellow is off its spot, but it will still pass the brown into the green bag.
$41. $42. $49.
I think the inactive Ali Carter wouldn't mind a draw here. Don't think you mind a Crowley victory. Sorry, a Whelan victory. The one thing he doesn't want to do is see Jones claim 3 points.
Yeah, he could ideally. He won't want Jamie to get to 6 points because then that puts pressure on Ali then in his last 2 matches.
57.
Well, this is the highest break that Whelan's made so far today. And there's potential for much higher. Nicely cued on the green. So,
61.
this is frame ball.
$62.
Now, if he could pop the blue here, that would mean Jones needed 3 snookers, or more likely 1 snooker and a free ball. But 1 more red here would remove
67.
any lingering doubt about the frame.
$68.
I'll tell you what, Benny's taken these nicely.
Yeah, this has been a good break. He's not looked in much trouble, controlled the cue ball well. And he misses the black, but at least the frame's safe.
Patrick Whelan, 68 and the frame.
Indeed it is. And so, Patrick Whelan, after being beaten by Ali Carter 3-0 earlier, makes his highest break of the day, and he wins his first frame of the day to equalise with Jamie Jones at 1-1. Over on table 2, in frame 2, momentum has ebbed and flowed. But now it's Williams in with a great chance to take a 2-0 lead. Yeah, the blue is a little awkward, but by the time he arrives at that, the frame will be well and truly in his pocket.
$33.
I think Williams is too happy when we mention his famous namesake. Gets a bit boring for him, I think.
Yeah, I think it was mentioned more when he was junior and maybe early days as professional. It seemed to have calmed down a bit now,
37.
which I think he's happy about.
Yeah, so if I say take that when he's won that frame, he'll be okay with me. Patrick Whelan, I was doing some research on him earlier. He's got a namesake, not exactly famous, but quite a good British basketball player, apparently. Well, I'll tell you what, that was a three-pointer. Cracker.
Seemed to roll straight there, Phil. That was it was a great red just to roll in around the back of the black.
Eight.
While the referee's cleaning the cue ball here, let me tell you that the frame on table 2 is still going, but Kazakov needs a snooker on the pink.
Nine. $16. $17.
Good angle on blue here.
Patrick
But
Whelan.
not a good shot on the blue.
One.
Tricky black here for Jamie, but he's just got to focus on the pot and the white will go naturally up for the red nearer the middle pocket. It's a good pot. made it a little bit easier just because he knew
8.
the white would take care of itself to get perfect on that red.
9.
Just putting his logo back on.
Twelve. Jimmy Jones, 12.
A missed blue off its spot from Whelan. A missed black off its spot from Jones.
Yeah, Patrick's got a straightforward first red, but then I don't think any of the other reds go, so he's just looking at an angle on the black after this red to develop the other reds into play.
1.
Looks good to me. That could go everywhere here. He should have got better than that.
Yeah, he just caught the edge of the first red. He needed to get more into the middle of those reds to move them all. So just a safety now coming up for Patrick.
Patrick Whelan, 8.
Caught that a little too thick. That's why he's pushed 2 reds near both corner pockets.
There's no doubt, even though he won his first match, that Jones is struggling.
After missing that red, he could have left Patrick an easier first red, so this is tricky.
Yeah, Jones very fortunate there. And now, what's he going to do with the fruits of his fortune? The cue ball just travelled an extra inch or so, meaning this black isn't an absolute certainty by any means. Done well, and now he's looking good. Now he's very much in the balls. They have been developed.
8.
And barring one of them, the reds are all in the open.
9.
Yeah, the black puts Jamie 3 in front, so
Six,
as long as he takes mostly high value colours here on these 5 reds, he won't need that safe red that's on the side cushion.
Yes.
And of course, if Jones can win this frame, he'd be guaranteed to lead the group between sessions.
$17. $24. $25.
Ben, luck comes in all forms in this game, but being able to miss a bad ball with lots open and leave nothing easy, that's very helpful.
Yeah, a lot of people just almost just notice, you know, fluked balls, but you know, there's a lot more things that involve luck in snooker. Yeah, and when Jamie missed that red, he would have expected possibly frame over, but he left Patrick a very tricky red, and there was a lot of pressure on for Patrick because he knew he'd definitely leave Jamie an easy chance, which he has. And just red colour here, and he take a 2-1 lead.
$47. $48.
Yeah, this is frame ball for his second half century of the session. And getting that last red out could be really useful because let's think about high breaks in the group so far. Jones has made a 67, that's his best. Carter, a 68.
$55.
Forget the high break scenario now, but at least Jones has done more than enough to gain the lead again. It is 2-1. He can safely say, I'm going to top the table at the end of this session. But will he top it with 4 or 6 points? We'll find out shortly. We join table 2 with Anton Kazakov in a spot of bother. That was a really tough snooker. Not to hit the reds because there were so many of them, but to hit and leave nothing on. And Ben, Robbie Williams could be in the same boat. has Jamie Jones. If he wins this frame, that would be 4 points for him. And being top of the group after session 1.
Eight.
We know it's not going to be easy to make a frame-winning break from there with the black hemmed in, blue and pink on cushions. And now a really big frame coming up. Whelan simply has to win it.
Good effort from Jamie on that red, just missed it. I think Patrick can take this red up into the yellow pocket, and the only red he can leave is the one he's going for.
One.
He's low on the black, so just see how aggressive he is at going into these reds. He could just play a soft cannon, or he could try and open them all.
Eight. Nine.
Just got too much screw on the white there, that's why I ended up cannoning a red. Still got this mid-range blue into the green pocket.
Blue ball.
Played it nicely as well to screw back for this red.
14. $15.
Given the way he's played in this match, I think he deserves something from it.
22.
He's not going to top the group, but he could still reach 4 points, and that might yield third or even second place. And then out of nowhere, he misses an absolute sitter.
22.
Yeah, I agree. In some parts of this match, I think Patrick's played pretty well, but he's just missed 2 or 3 just unexpected balls that have really cost him.
1.
And so Jones hoping to pick up the pieces.
7. $14. 15.
A couple of Welshmen already through to the last 32. Dylan Emery and Jackson Page.
Yeah, and as you said, Jack Jones yesterday as well.
Oh yeah, forgot about him. It was yesterday.
22. $23. $30.
So Jamie, just try and pot this red, land top side of the blue and into the pack of reds.
31.
Probably the key shot to this frame and match, really, this shot here. He split them
36.
brilliantly. He would have liked not to have been right on this side cushion, but as long as he's straight enough on this red, he can go through for the blue.
$37.
Well, he was a little concerned there, stayed down because he had a horrible feeling the cue ball might follow the red, but it caught enough of that near jaw to stay out.
Yellow ball.
That was a good shot. He hit it perfectly, powered it in, come down perfectly for this red.
Yeah, he's come to life, hasn't he, in the last couple of frames. One helped by a little bit of good fortune, another by Whelan's really bad miss on a red that no one could have foreseen. Well, he's a little close to his work here, but I think he's even got an angle on the red.
Yeah, depending on how straight he is on this red, he might play for the pink into the centre pocket.
$46.
And I was talking about the high break in the group in the previous frame. Well, now he's got a wonderful chance to set a heavy target.
$3. $60. $61.
First things first, this is frame and match ball.
$66. $67.
So that's the highest break so far in the group.
75.
75 and counting, Ben.
Yeah, if he clears these colours, yeah, 107 is a good, it's a good target in the group.
82. It's 5. It's 9. $94.
Whelan in first, Mr. Bad Red to middle. Thereafter, Jones hasn't missed a trick.
100.
A simply superb break, and that could be so valuable when everything is said and done at the end of the day. What we do know at the end of the session is that Jamie Jones, after that 3-1 win over Patrick Whelan, is looking really good, because earlier he beat Leon Crowley by the same score, 6 points out of 6. Yes, Ali Carter has played one match, hasn't even dropped a frame, but now the top seed in the group and the former BetVictor Championship League winner is under threat, no doubt under pressure also. As for table 2, still going the last match of the session, Robbie Williams 2-0 up on Anton Kazakov. Kazakov having beaten the defending champion Stephen Maguire 3-1 in their opening match from 11 o'clock this morning. Williams then drawing 2-2 with Nagon Yi after being 2-1 down. So the table 1 table makes good reading for Jamie Jones. He's on 6 points, Ali Carter 3. As for Crowley and Patrick Whelan, they're still to get off the mark. Whelan eliminated from table-topping contention. Now, I can tell you, we resume again at 4:30. Our opening match on table 2 will be Maguire against Nagon Yi. As for table 1, Ali Carter, he takes on Leon Crowley under pressure because of what Jamie Jones has achieved. If he can beat Crowley or indeed draw, then Carter will set up that last match showdown against Welshman Jones later on tonight. So that's coming your way in about 90 minutes time. Look forward to your company then. But the first session of day 12 of the BetVictor Championship League is in the books. Bye for now. Saturday at the Snooker sees the Mattioli Arena in Leicester as the centre of attention. We're already at the halfway mark of the day, and 2 more places in the last 32 of the season's first World Ranking Tournament are up for grabs. Welcome to another decisive session at the BetVictor Championship League. So, what's taken place so far on day 12? Well, with a win and a draw, Robbie Williams sits atop the Group 19 table, in which defending champion Steve Maguire was beaten in his first match by Anton Kazakov. Next up, over on table 2, Maguire looks to recover with a victory over a former women's world champion from Hong Kong, Nga Onyi. If you fancy watching that match or any other on table 2, feel free to access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, there's a couple of players with 100% records. That's Ali Carter, winner of this tournament 2 years ago, and Welshman Jamie Jones with 2 wins chalked up. Vitally important for Carter to keep pace then, as he tackles Ireland's Leon Crowley right now. Let's get the crucial action underway. Saturday at the Snooker sees the Mattioli Arena in Leicester as the centre of attention. We're already at the halfway mark of the day, with 2 more places in the last 32 of the season's first World Ranking Tournament up for grabs. Welcome to another decisive session at the BetVictor Championship League.
Very sharp, very focused.
And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory. He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Absolutely magnificent shot.
So, what's transpired thus far? Well, thanks to a win and a draw, Robbie Williams sits atop the Group 19 table, in which defending champion Steve Maguire was beaten in his first match by Anton Kazakov. Next up, over on table 2, Maguire looks to recover with a victory over a former women's world champion from Hong Kong, Nga Onyi. If you fancy watching that match or any other on table 2, feel free to access the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Meanwhile, on table 1, there's a couple of players boasting 100% records. That's Ali Carter, winner of this tournament 2 years ago, and Welshman Jamie Jones, with 2 wins chalked up in the opening session. Vitally important for Carter to keep pace then, as he tackles Ireland's Leon Crowley right now. Let's get to the crucial action. With me for this one is Stephen Hallworth. And although Ali Carter made a really good start, beating Patrick Whelan 3-0 first time out, he's a man under pressure because of what Jamie Jones subsequently achieved.
Yeah, that's how the format works, isn't it? The top seed plays first game and then he has to sit out and wait and almost rely on results to go their way to maybe make for a less pressurised evening session. But Jamie Jones took care of business, won both his matches, and now it's up to the top seed Ali Carter to respond and take us to the last game, which will be between the pair to potentially play off for a top spot.
Never played Leon Crowley before, Carter. And 64 places between them in the rankings. Crowley 86th, with a really tough job to keep his card for next season. Carter 22, who knows a really good start to the campaign. Could possibly see him nudging towards regaining top 16 status. Crowley still in this group as well, because he's got 2 matches left, back-to-back. Plays Patrick Whelan next. But he did lose his opening contest 3-1 to Jamie Jones.
A contest that he very easily could have won. He had chances. I suppose he'll be disappointed actually with that result. Although in the end he responded well. He lost the first 2 frames against Jamie. He was looking for all the world that it was going to be a 2-all draw and salvage the point, but wasn't to be.
Leon Crowley 1.
Still only 20 years of age.
One. Leon Crowley, one.
Even though Jamie Jones is blazing a trail, he has dropped 2 frames so far. So if Carter were to win this match 3-0 or 3-1, he would go into their final contest needing only a draw.
Yeah, and that underlines the importance of winning every frame, doesn't it? Because should that happen, both Ali Carter and Jamie Jones would be unbeaten, taking the maximum amount of points into the final game, but it would be one player that would only need the draw, so it makes a huge difference.
Six.
One of those shots here that could transform the look of the frame. But he's gone a little too far, so just tickling up maybe behind the brown.
Ali Carter, 6.
By the way, on the other table, we'll keep you right up to date with all of the proceedings over there. The way things have gone on table 2, if Stephen Maguire can win his last couple of matches, the defending champion might well progress to the next phase. And he's made a good start against Nagon Yi on a break of 36, well in the balls.
Well, that was well worked out because he came around to have a look at them. There was a bit of distance between them. It may have been close to being dead set, but he had to catch the first red just right. Bit of a resigned look on Leon Crowley's face as he contemplates what to do now. Does he take the brown on and try and swing the cue ball in and out of bulk, or does he just take his medicine, take the one? Just couldn't quite get that cue ball past the green, so
5.
end of break.
Phone a miss. Leon Crowley, 5. Ali Carter, 4.
Well, I think he may as well stay at the table because I think Carter might ask him to play from where the cue balls come to rest.
One of the reasons why Ali Carter's been so successful in his career is that he's quite versatile. If it goes scrappy, he's got the patience and the tactical expertise, but if he can score, he's well equipped to do that as well. Break of 70 from Stephen Maguire over on table 2, so he should be about to take a 1-0 lead. Look at Onyi needs a snooker. And that's the other thing he does well. He can switch. Yes, it could be tactical, and then all of a sudden he's capable of knocking in a pot like that. And that's not an easy thing to do, Stephen.
It's not, but the top players, they do it consistently well, don't they? Again, quite an extreme example, I know, but the likes of Mark Selby could play safe for hours, and then the second he gets a chance, he can knock a long one in and find his rhythm, pick up where he left off very quickly. It's very tough to do, and a lot of the younger players, a lot of the inexperienced players, that's what I think they struggle with most when they come up against guys like Ali Carter and, you know, the higher ranked players. They can sit out for 2-3 frames, and then when they get the chance, they're a bit cold and they're not as clinical, they can't take it. I think you learn that over time. You know, unfortunately, you've got to serve an apprenticeship at this sport and experience those moments to learn from them and be able to deal with them.
Well, when the cue ball was coming down the table there, I thought he was going to be too wide of the red, which he was. But by seeing the cue ball come to rest directly on the top cushion, that left no shot for Carter. So he's having the cue ball put back. Maybe an opportunity for Crowley to make the necessary adjustment. But Carter was quite right to have it put back. And there is said adjustment. Well played.
Yeah, that was a great shot, actually. He made the perfect adjustment. And it's nice to see that acknowledged by Ali Carter. Especially after very nearly leaving the red the first time, it's difficult to make just those minor tweaks.
As fully suspected, Stephen Maguire is 1-0 upon the Onyi. Hasn't made the best start of the season, Crowley. Beaten in his first match in the China Open by Andrew Higginson. Admittedly, though, Higginson played really well. A couple of centuries, a 90, an 89, a 70 and a 51. And then Crowley lost his first match in the Wuhan Open to Liu Yang, 5-2. Sorry, he beat Liu Yang 5-2 and then lost his next match, 5-2 to Michael Holt. So one win from 3 starts before today.
Yeah, that was some performance that Andrew Higginson put in the China Open qualifying against Leon, wasn't it? Andrew back on tour. Lots of good players, isn't there, Phil, now? You know, strength and depth throughout the circuit.
Yeah, and as I say, unless he brings about a radical improvement in form, I think Crowley is going to be returning to Q School next spring. But you never know.
Yeah.
One extraordinary run in a big tournament can transform your fortunes, your career.
Yeah, and I hope for his sake he isn't thinking about that yet. You know, let the season play out and see how you go. It's impossible for it not to be in the back of a player's mind. I've been there myself on 2 previous occasions where I've not done a lot in my first season, and all of a sudden that daunting prospect of heading back to Q School is on the horizon. But I hope he just tries to express himself this year and try and kick on from what was a learning curve last season. And just because you're not able to make an impact in the 2 years on the professional circuit, it doesn't mean it's the end. It's just a stepping stone.
Yeah, absolutely right. And we've seen he can knock them in.
I always think back to when I first got on the professional circuit, Phil, and I know the game has changed a lot since 2014, but I basically spent my first year on the tour a spectator, just a seat warmer. I was drawing top players day in, day out, and, you know, just getting dusted, and it was quite demoralising. You know, my mental health took a big hit as well, and the next season, you know, was quite unenjoyable too. And after that 2-year spell, it was almost crippling. It's like back to square one, and like, where do you even go from there? But there's always a light on the horizon, and if you're dedicated to your sport and you're doing the right things, it will turn around. And as I say, it's priceless experience. Looking back now, those 2 years of getting destroyed did me well.
The pink not doing Crowley well. The one thing about all of his experience in the Championship League, Carter, he knows every permutation inside and out. He will know the importance of getting this frame and match one handily. Yeah, I mentioned earlier when the Championship League began in 2008 at Crondon Park Golf Club, Barry Hearn put it on as a means to give players more of a competitive outing. When it originally came on the schedule, one of the first to sign up was Carter.
7.
Helped, of course, that the tournament was played in Essex, which was his home county. So it was like paid practice for him.
8. $14. 15.
The black at the moment, out with the washing, but these guys are so good. If they've got 2 high value colours to play with, more than likely that is enough.
It was a bit of a slow burner at the start of this frame, but Carter looks to be motoring now.
$28.
Yeah, the Championship League had a big effect on his career because he played so many matches in that inaugural staging of the event that he went to the Crucible really sharp and actually made it to the final. Only denied by Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Yeah, and actually you look at his record at the Crucible and you think, but for being around in an era that involved the greatest of all time, Ali Carter may well have had a world title on his CV. So in some respects the same thing could be said for Barry Hawkins, a runner-up in all 3 Triple Crowns. In another life he's probably got the lot on his CV.
To 1.
Did really well to pot that.
42.
Position on something was pretty much guaranteed if the red went in. And what's more, that penultimate red was frame ball. 42 in front now, 35 on. Crowley's mistake heftily punished.
Ali Carter, 45.
Now this is experience for you. Not playing anything hastily, even though he's very much in the driver's seat. Over the years, he, like all of the players of his vintage, have lost too many frames from this kind of position for him to be taking anything for granted. Complacency, forget it.
Yeah, look, if it wasn't the first frame, I don't think Leon would have got out of his seat, but it's worth just having a go. It's, again, the case of it's not just laying the snookers, is it? It's actually getting the penalty points for them. They're going to have to be pretty good against this old fox, Ali Carter.
Back in the day, there was a snooker player with a nickname, the Silver Fox, David Taylor. I've known you for a number of years now, Stephen. Have you got a nickname?
Is that... Are you trying to throw me under the bus here?
No, I mean a snooker nickname.
Well, there is a story, and it's not one that I want, but obviously a few people like to bring it up on the odd occasion. So we was here in Leicester, actually, at the shootout, and a few of the lads from my local village, from the pub where I used to work, managed to get hold of the MC at that event and said, look, for a laugh, just introduce him as the Lincolnshire sausage. And of course he did, and it stuck, which I'm fuming about because people still refer to me as that now. In fact, I was just speaking to Ross Muir the other day, and he's made me a box of tips. He's got his own brand of tips, Highland Pro, out, and he's labelled them up in a nice little silver box, but rather than putting my name on it, he's put the Lincolnshire sausage on it. Got to be the worst nickname ever, surely. So feel free to create me one better than that.
So basically, if you go on the World Snooker website, then I suppose to get to your information, you have to go through a link.
Stop it.
Well, there's a good friend of yours, Stephen. I'm hoping that at some point this season you bring home the bacon.
You're completely butchering these puns, Phil.
Yeah, I know. Indulge me. That was so close. We've seen so many balls wobble like that over the course of the 12 days. I think Carter, when he hit the red, thought he'd done enough to pot it.
Yeah, you could see the forearm of Ali's bridge arm just sort of jerked as he struck the white, as if he was about to get up and walk round to play the next shot. He definitely thought it was in. That one is in.
One.
With authority.
Wow, look at that for a shot. The old banana shot. Brilliant from Carter. And as soon as the brown went in, Crowley conceded. So Ali Carter has played 4 frames so far today, and he's won all 4. So he's one of the big hitters involved. Over on table 2, another being the defending champion, Stephen Maguire, who got off to a really slow start. But it looks as though Maguire is going to take a 2-0 lead over Ngaonyi. Now, the reason I say that, Onyi was off to a flying start in the second frame, but look at the position Maguire finds himself in for a clearance.
Yeah, it was incredible, actually. Onyi was on a max. She got to 64 reds and blacks and went into the reds, and they were absolutely perfect, but she landed touching ball on one of them, so had to play safe. Maguire then knocked a long red in, kept himself down this business end with the reds like cherries, and this has been the result. Incredible frame of snooker.
60.
But just a ray of hope now for Onyi, because Maguire's overshot on the blue.
Well, Onyi will be gutted
65.
in more ways than one if she loses this frame. As I say, it was a great opportunity for a 147.
We'll keep you fully informed when the pink and black go in. In fact, we've got the old 2 box there, so we
71.
can see both tables simultaneously. What a frame for Maguire to win.
Yeah, these hurt at any level.
Stephen Maguire, 78.
Well, you have to feel
And the
for
frame.
Ngaonyi, but what a clearance from the title holder.
Leon Crowley, 1. One.
Very nice pot from mid-range. That's one of his calling cards, Carter. Always been a really good mid-range potter, and he's held the cue ball well also. Not so good there, didn't want the kiss. Not like that anyway. But I think he's okay.
Nine. Sixteen. 17.
This frame looking good for Carter already.
24.
Yeah, his cue ball control is just exemplary in and around the black
5.
spot. Never too far away from his next ball, but always perfectly on it to play it in such a way that he's able to bring more reds into play and open up avenues for other potable reds. He's just not happy with that one though. Just as I say, his cue ball is just slightly low than where he wanted. May take him into the other red now.
33.
Again, just a glimpse into these snooker players, how they are perfectionists. There was no problem at all, but he didn't want to be there.
He can also play at all kinds of speeds, Carter. I've seen him go into matches where he has a predetermined game plan of being as hard as nails, and he's a little more methodical. But on other occasions, he can flow with the best of them.
Yeah, I actually think, you know, if you was to list a few players that are just technically spot on the professional circuit, you wouldn't be far wrong to put Ali Carter right up there at the top of that list, nearly. And if you was to model your game as a complete beginner, you would model it on the mechanics that Ali Carter possesses. Very technically sound, very little can go wrong there.
And a burning competitive spirit.
48.
such is very true. He's one of the hardest animals on the tour, isn't he?
$49.
So another half century to the tally.
52. Carter, 50.
Just thinking about Carter's career, you know, only 16 players have won more world ranking titles than him. He's tied 17th on the all-time list, tied with 3 world champions: Ken Doherty, Stuart Bingham, Zhao Zintong.
One.
But sometimes world champions and multiple ranking event winners can be beaten by much lower ranked opposition. Can Leon Crowley find some inspiration after that really good red to middle?
Yeah, good decision to get into the reds, and he didn't go in sort of blindfolded there. He went in with control. I like that. He's nestled the reds into play quite beautifully, and now realistically you'd fancy himself here to at least take out the 5 reds with high value colours around the pink and black, and then assess the problem of the red along the baulk cushion later on. This is where he needs to really dial in. He's got to start scoring.
Nine.
And not the worst table to mount a counter-attack. Blue off its spot on the baulk line, not working in his favour. Neither the
12.
red close to the bottom cushion, but other than that, the table's okay.
$13. $19. $20. $26. $27.
Again, he didn't seem to enjoy that positional shot, but he's okay. He doesn't need to make too much of a meal out of this. He can just top the black round 2 cushions, red to middle. No problem at all. So this is where the hard work starts.
34.
He's got to try and plan his route. Now, I don't know if the yellow will pass the brown, and if it doesn't, it might be worth playing for the brown here.
35.
Well, clearly that yellow will pot, otherwise it would be a strange positional shot to play, because getting on that yellow in the green pocket is not easy. Well, it certainly doesn't pass the brown now.
41.
And the pot on the red along this bulk cushion is not appetising, to say the least. At least he's not got hampered queuing. Well, he's done well there in terms of the pot, but undercooked the cue ball.
Yeah, it was a good pot, but hasn't he made it hard work for himself here? Potting the penultimate red and then the pink meant that the cue ball was travelling so far up the table to get nicely on that red along the baulk cushion, and he still had the issue of brown and yellow. He could have potted the red, then the brown, guaranteed to be close to that red, and the clearance would have been a lot more straightforward than this.
Fall. Yes.
Oh, and that's calamitous. Trying to squeeze through for the brown. All he succeeded in doing was hitting the yellow. And the penalty points make Carter's life easier. He's now 13 in front, so yellow, green and brown will be enough. The awkward blue, not required.
I think it's a classic case of he couldn't allow himself to play a safety shot, Leon Crowley. I don't think for a moment that brown potted past the yellow. He was trying to just chuck a little touch of left to turn it over, but it just wasn't on.
5.
And again, that was all brought about from 4 or 5 shots prior. It just snowballed out of control, that clearance.
9.
You won't see any great positional heroics from Carter here, just float in the blue. Well, at least try to, because that would have been frame over guaranteed. Now, Crowley 22 back, he needs one snooker. Yeah, for a young player coming through and tasting it for the first time, the World Snooker Tour can be a place of hard knocks. Well, Carter will not want to mess around any longer, just wants to knock this blue in and make it 2-0 for sure. Never in doubt.
5 from the frame, Ali Carter.
Crowley concedes from his chair. Ali Carter 2-0 up. 5 frames played for him today, 5 frames won. And if he can win the next for a 3-0 victory, then all he would need against Jamie Jones in the last match of the day would be a draw. Well, over on table 2, we join it with Steve Maguire. OK, he's 25 behind, but what a chance to win 3-0. And Stephen, this reinvigorates the defending champ.
6.
Yeah, it was a slow, poor start to the day for Stephen Maguire. Lost his opening game 3-1 to Anton Kazakov. So he's had a couple of hours
7.
to reset and gather his thoughts. He's looking a lot sharper this evening, particularly that previous frame, having been 64 love down. Took out the clearance really well and motoring along here. OK, he was behind
14.
in this frame too, but show me a problem ball on this table.
The red nearest the balk line may be a little troublesome, but yeah, it's a really good table. After this, Maguire's got one more match against Robbie Williams. If he wins this
22.
frame and then beats Williams, he could top the group easily. Of course, if Maguire does win 3-0 here, it means that
23.
the Gagne cannot top the table, as she did in the first phase of the championship last year. Still a fine player, Maguire. We were talking about the fact that Ali Carter is tied 17th on the all-time list with 6 world ranking titles. Well, the player immediately above Carter is Maguire. He's won 7.
31.
Superb. A real snooker player's shot, wasn't it, that?
Yeah, lovely piece of cueing, and it's the sort of shot that you know the second you struck the white, it's going close. It just feels good. That one won't feel good.
Eight.
Given the distance between the two balls there, was that advisable?
8.
Well, at least no damage done. Very latest from table 2, Stephen Maguire on a break of 46, leading by 20 in the third frame, has just missed a red using the extended rest. So maybe Gagne could still salvage the frame.
1.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Carter takes this yellow on. Clearly not. So still keeping his discipline, showing plenty of respect.
Lee Carter 1.
Trying to play the patient game for a better chance, and he's played a good safety shot. Yellow has cut off the bulk of the reds.
Foul. And a miss. Lee Carter 4.
There's something about hitting a ball colour when he doesn't want to.
Yeah, and at first glance it could have been worse. I just wonder if Carter can stun the red closest to the green up into the green pocket and just hide the cue ball next to another red. He'll be on the green into this bottom right. I think that's all he's got available.
Just trying to force his way in for what could be the fait accompli.
Yeah, he played back for the black there, didn't he, Carter? But had the red have gone in and potted the black, I think the black spot is available, so it's been welded out of play straight away. No harm done though, and he's left nothing for Leon.
Now with the red in bulk, the environment here is to just tickle into the pack, but you needn't worry about a re-rack. I think Carter would be loath to even contemplate one of those with a 13-point lead. He's taking on this red to middle. Tough shot.
Well, I know he's missed the red, but how careless was the shot that Leon Crowley played there? Under no pressure to hide that cue ball in behind the black and just force Carter on and off the side cushion, then that would have potentially opened an opportunity to pop that red to middle for Leon, but thankfully, from his perspective, Carter missed the red. Another day he might have knocked it in. It's just little things, isn't it, that he's got to just sharpen up on for me, Leon Crowley. Needs to just think a little more out there. There's a couple of moments in his previous game against Jamie Jones where I thought he just needed to take a second and study the table a bit better,
6.
particularly when he got in amongst them. It's almost like he's just letting himself down, just overplaying, not taking that second.
Eight. 9. Twelve. Thirteen.
Took a cursory look to see whether he could squeeze past the red for the black, but I think he knew in his heart of hearts there was no way.
Green ball. John Crowley. 13.
On table 2, Steve Maguire is on frame and match ball. It is the green from its spot. He's knocked it in.
9.
And so Nagoni needs a snooker. Looks as though Maguire's back in the party.
Stephen Maguire.
What
9.
about that for a shot that he's played as well, just to add insult to injury?
One of those groups where everyone's beating everyone else. One thing we can say, if Nagoni loses, which looks overwhelmingly like it's going to happen, then she will be eliminated from contention.
We was reminiscing, myself and Ben, of some of the groups in years gone by, Phil, and talking about, you know, like yesterday, Jack Jones won the group on 4 points, but do you remember that group with Dave Gilbert, Juicer, Dwayne Jones and Andrew Padgett a few years ago, when all the players drew, didn't they? It was 2 each across the board, and Dave Gilbert went through on 3 points, didn't he?
He did. It came down to high breaks. And it's no surprise that Gilbert got the verdict, because he is such a superb compiler of breaks.
Yeah, if I remember right, he had to make a 1-3-4 or 1-3-5 or higher in the final frame of the day against Juicer, and I think he did. That was the final frame of that day. Andrew Padgett, I think, finished bottom, having made like 110 or something daft like that. It was a crazy group.
Yeah, at the moment this group is a lot more conventional. If Carter wins this, basically his match against Jamie Jones will be the one to determine who tops the group. And Carter would only need a draw because he's got better frame difference, assuming he gets to 6 points with a victory in this one. And that's still an assumption, because perhaps a chance here for the youngster. Can confirm, by the way, Stephen Maguire did beat Nagani 3-0. So the defending champion refusing to give up his crown without a fight.
One. Eight. Nine.
If not win this frame at this visit, he could certainly build a substantial lead.
$16.
Oh, just lost his cue ball for a second. He's going to have to go up the table now and then find his way back down.
17.
Shouldn't be an issue from the blue. Nice enough angle to do that.
$22. $23. $30.
The last really open red.
31.
The job gets harder from here on in.
$38.
And the pace required for this to get up for the black makes the pocket smaller.
I don't grab it. 38.
The break was 38. The lead is 38, but 59 still there. Well, I was convinced that cue ball wasn't going to fall, and then the last foot or so, it started to ever so slightly taper away from the cushion. Now, though, it's in a really awkward spot.
Yeah, horrible shot he's got now. If he tries to get back to baulk from where he is, I think he's doing the right thing here, trying to find a way to just contain this side cushion drop onto the red closest to left corner. It's not got the legs.
Phone miss. El Carter 4.
Just looked at the possibility of trying to free up one of the two ill-placed reds on the left-hand side cushion, but in the end realised that the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket was far more beneficial to him. Yeah, Leon Crowley is quite right. The white was a little bit further over.
I think it was on this side. Oh, right.
Yeah,
Sorry,
also.
my bad.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty well replaced. It was right in the jaws, wasn't it? Deep in the jaws.
Well, he's done well to get there. I know he taps the table, sort of a half-hearted apology because he caught the red cushion first, but well, Carter with a sarcastic shake of the head. I don't think I'd have apologised for that. No chance.
Yeah, but this is Carter all over. Let's not forget that in the second frame against Patrick Whelan earlier, he won that pretty much as a direct result of the break he made from an outrageous fluke.
Yeah, but that will be long erased from the memory, Phil. Don't you worry about that. Snooker players very quickly forget the good luck they have.
Yeah, some of them would moan if they won the lottery and it wasn't a rollover week. I think it's required, though, to be that way, just to think very, very selfishly and view the game in a certain prism. Well, Carter's done well here in the sense that the table is now a lot more open than it was, with an obvious exception, the close proximity of yellow and green, which he will definitely need.
Yeah, Leon just needs to be careful here, doing the right thing, trying to find a shot to play that doesn't leave Carter with an easy chance. But it's not that straightforward to find, because if he rests on the red close to the yellow pocket, there's every chance he leaves the one to right corner if he gets it slightly wrong. Well, is he going for this? Full-blooded. He did. Now, what's the damage?
Well, not a great deal, and the table has been tightened up. Don't tell me.
Wow.
Moan about that one, Ali.
He's even sat in his chair, look. The red had not stopped rolling, and he's already got comfy. He'll be moaning that it was an inconvenience. He had to get back to the table.
Not nicely on the brown. Don't worry, folks, that wasn't guilt. It was just a tough shot. You know, I just had a feeling he might do that. Hit that ball into the near jaw, and we know it will not drop. And look at this table now. Can Carter steal in?
1.
Hasn't played that one the best.
And in the process, Leon just nudged that black further into the table. Bought it off the side cushion.
What a clearance this would be, but he's well capable. He's such a fighter. Needs a little bounce. Delightful.
7.
Yeah, it's perfect. He couldn't have placed it better with his hand, really. He's being ultra picky, maybe 6 inches closer to the red, say, but he's played it really well. Now, scoreboard isn't the issue here for Carter, so he doesn't need to set his sights on any specific colours.
The first issue could be green to brown because they are quite a ways apart.
10.
Yeah, if he had the angle on this red to get close in behind the green, he might have chosen to have potted the green off this red, just get it further up the table and back on its own spot. But I'm not sure he can from where he is. Pretty straight on this red. So it's going to be yellow for yellow, and then green to brown would probably be the shot.
So he arrives on the colours 20 adrift. That means he needs them all, including the
13.
The semi-awkward black.
$15.
He needed to avoid at all costs being straight on the green. He's not got a massive angle on the green, but I think he's got enough.
$18.
That was a lovely shot. He's got down the table far enough here to make brown to blue pretty straightforward. I suppose the only element of difficulty is the fact he's just screwing on the extension. That just changes the dynamic of the cue. So much so that he didn't even want to risk screwing back for the blue. He's just taking his medicine, steadying himself, try and slot the long blue home.
Nowhere near.
Yeah, I'm not really too sure why he tried to screw that on and off the side cushion and get close to the pink. Just make sure of the blue and leave the mid-distance pink. Got much more of a chance of knocking the blue in. And from the line of the blue spot to the middle pocket, that was perfect for pink to black to get in behind it.
Well, he left the blue thinner than we thought
5.
it was originally. So a good pot from Crowley. And as he did against Jamie Jones, he's got a frame on the board. The next frame will be absolutely crucial to this group. The second match of the second session on table 2 has begun. Nagorny staying over there to take on Anton Kazakov. Very early stages. Kazakov with a 25 points to 11 lead.
7.
If Kazakov can win this match, bear in mind he beat Maguire first up. With 6 points, he'd be in the reckoning to top the table.
One.
At the moment, though, 1 win, 1 defeat for him today. So losing the third frame for Ali Carter would be a mere inconvenience if he were to win the fourth. But if Crowley can get the draw here, that does Jamie Jones a massive favour, because it means Jones, already situated on 6 points, would only need to draw the last match against Carter to be the group winner. So Jones will be supporting Crowley here.
It's around about this time of the evening where the group starts to reveal itself. We start to have a clearer picture of how it's going to finish. But at the moment, that's not the case because of what you just mentioned, Phil. This one frame can have a huge impact to, well, 3 players in this group, really. And in terms of placings, come the end of the day, all 4.
Yeah, Crowley's not going to win the group, but he could certainly influence who does. Loaded up with side there, swung the cue ball around a quartet of cushions.
I just wonder if Ali can get through to the red to pop to this left corner. It looks from here as if he can, but maybe he feels it's tighter, or maybe he feels his cue ball is slightly compromised. And at this stage of the game, does he need to take the risks? Probably not, because of the table. He's got to win this game.
Yeah, knowing Carter, knowing how he understands the nuances of this Championship League, I think he'll be playing hardball. Could chip that red towards the pocket, knowing full well a whole line of reds would be blocking Crowley's path to it. Exactly the same principle there, and that's a really good safety actually, because he's blocked off the right hand side of the reds as we're looking.
Yeah, very good. Very good line that he's got with the cue ball, good pace. Carter's only option really to try and get out of this hole is to try and make something happen perhaps. Can he swing the cue ball around the back of the black? That's what he's tried. And now there's reds that are in a line to this left corner, but are they plantable?
Is that a word, Stephen? Plantable?
I think I've just made that up, but it felt right.
Yeah, I think so.
I think he's got to miss the first red so thin, and it should plant the other two. Oh, yeah, no problems at all. But it's just lost the cue ball.
Crowley, 1.
Well, that shot made total sense.
Well, Ali Carter has gone from being, or playing, quite a cautious approach at the start of this frame, playing the value, the percentage, to being in bits, basically. Leon Crowley has got the upper hand in this exchange at the minute. He's got to try and keep that pressure on now. He's got to try and keep Carter at bay. He doesn't always have to find a pot here. If he can, again, try and lay up that cue ball in an area of balk where Carter's got no return. I like to see this, the player going up the balk end and just seeing the different perspective.
Well, playing that shot guaranteed containment, but not control. Certainly not pressure.
One.
How expensive will Carter's safety misjudgment turn out to be?
He's just seeking a
5.
killer positional shot, and that isn't it. He just wants to get his cue ball under complete control down this business end. Black is potable to both corners, the reds are nicely spread, the pink even is well accessible.
Leon Crowley, 5.
How many times do we say this, Stephen? But just one good shot here, and Carter could be in the mayor's office.
One.
Well, it was a good pot, but he's going to need another because look at where that cue ball's finished up.
Yeah, just didn't quite hold the cue ball as he wanted to.
Green.
Green ball.
Shot.
Well, he
Alicarter 1. Leon
He
Crowley,
declares a good shot on himself, but it was more of a sarcastic shout, that.
Yeah, I think with that comment, he's gone up 5 places in the world sarcasm rankings, definitely.
It does tickle me when a player does that, you know, because he's missed that green by so far. Well, I'm pretty sure that
Back this way.
Leon could maybe have found a shot himself there, because
Back that way.
surely there's no way that Carter's going to miss this
Yeah.
green again. And if he gets it,
Yeah.
Leon Crowley might be on the baulk cushion. A minute ago he was in the middle of the table.
I think it might have been back a little. Was it more this way and that way? This red.
This way.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit, and back a little bit, I think. Let's have a look.
Quite the same, though.
Sorry?
Looks a bit the same. You did get you struggled a lot like when you were there.
Yeah.
It wasn't much harder on this, but I think it was a small bit harder, to be honest. I didn't look myself like
That way?
Which
That
way?
way?
That's.
The tighter fraction, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mutual agreement between the 3 of them.
I think it must have been back. I had to sort of get round this. It had to be this way a little bit, to me. Fraction. So look. Making harder for myself. Yeah, that's.
Yeah?
I'm behind that red now as well. Yeah.
Yeah?
I could swerve it, but. Green.
Green ball.
As you said, Stephen, he wasn't going to make the same mistake twice, was he?
Seemed unlikely, and I do think Leon maybe could have played the shot from where he was the last time. Anyway, if he gets this right, it won't make a difference. But he hasn't got it right, because he's left the red for Carter.
The cue ball was running wild. Not dropped ideal by any means.
Yellow ball. Ali Carter 1.
And here's the application of what I said right at the start of the frame. Playing hardball, Carter. The way he played that yellow, sometimes if a ball catches a slate, they can banana off and miss the ball completely. As it is, Carter's laid a real head scratcher. The only good thing here for Crowley, as the cue ball is replaced, the only good thing for him, blue and pink off their spots. So if he does leave Carter in, making a break might be a one-colour endeavour.
Just a tiny fraction towards that one. Small. A little bit more.
Well done.
Yeah, that was nice. That was tough to judge off the four cushions, and he's navigated it really well.
I'm sure the Carter expected a bigger yield from that. Unsurprisingly, though, he keeps the hammer down. Look at this one. Look at this one. Ooh, the right line. Not quite enough pace to get behind the yellow, but it does the job anyway, Stephen.
Yeah, it's arguably better, because if he's nestled in behind the yellow, you naturally try and find a path to lay up to something, whereas now he can actually see reds, albeit they're not that much used to Leon Crowley. It probably favours Ali Carter the fact the cue ball didn't go in behind the yellow, and it forces Leon Crowley to now play a shot. What shot, I don't know, because he hasn't got any, pretty much. Not that you can gain an advantage from. He can't even pot his way out of trouble from here. Okay, he's going to drop the cue ball on this top cushion, but he's going to be left the red to middle, Ali Carter. Unless he plays the thin edge, which was fraught with danger. How's that not dropped then?
As that red was going towards the pocket, I was convinced it would fall. I was getting ready to monitor Carter's reaction.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. How was that not dropped?
That really was clever. 3-ball plant. He knew any kind of contact on the red over the pocket would knock it in. But by playing it that way, he also knew he would completely free the black.
Yeah, that was lovely, wasn't it? Cheeky little shot he's played there. Very well worked out, and should be very fruitful, because in one shot he's got the black open. Very good thinking. Great vision from Carter.
9.
I said before, if he got in, it might be a one-colour endeavour. But if it's going to be one colour, why not the black? That's the ball that gets the scoreboard rattling. He'll be loath to take either of the reds on the top cushion, unless he has to.
He'll be avoiding them at all costs, I can assure you, the way he probably feels this table is playing. By the time he takes these 4 reds in open play, he'll only need one more, or red colour, to take the frame.
25.
Got into that cue ball really well. Now the red down the side rail. We've seen so many of these hang and fall, either reluctantly or not at all. little flick on the blue did no harm whatsoever.
35.
Yeah, it just got him closer to the reds, didn't it? It was going that way anyway, but it just got him that little bit closer. So now this red becomes a lot easier.
Six. Three.
If the pockets were bigger, he would give the red closest to the top left no thought. He'd just get down and knock it in, but he knows they aren't generous.
44.
Yeah, and the red may have been well pottable to this left corner, but he was dead straight, so he couldn't get his cue ball away from the cushion.
Please declare the color. Green ball.
Touching ball declared, so Ali Carter has to declare his colour. Green. Back down the table.
And now this is the shot he's not really been fancying.
47.
On your screen it looks pretty simple. It has to be slotted in so accurately.
$48.
So Carter's lead stretches to 44. The black and one more red needed. Stephen, considering this is the clinching frame, hasn't he taken these well?
Really well. The first shot was clever, wasn't it? To bring the reds and the black spot completely into play, but then it's been a classic Ali Carter break, this. He's just refused to leave the table. Classy contribution. Oh, where are you going, Ali?
63 frame in the match.
Well, it didn't matter in the end. He was over the line, but he can't believe that didn't drop. What I can believe, though, is that Carter has come through in those kind of situations. He's a past master, and he's delivered again. So, Carter has 6 points after 2 matches. So, too, does Jamie Jones. It means their last match of the evening will be the group decider. Next up, to decide who finishes 3rd and 4th, Crowley remains out there to take on Patrick Whelan.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
So Group 12 of the BetVictor Championship League will be decided via the final match of the session between top seed Ali Carter and second seed Jamie Jones. There you see the pair of them. They play in the final match of the session. Leon Crowley, Patrick Whelan, our next match to determine who finishes third and who leaves with nothing. Okay, you arrive at the start of play, wanting to win the group and progress in the event. When that can't happen,
First frame.
you're playing for ranking points and prize money, of course, and for either of these two players, it will have been a day's match practice, and that is it. The one place you do not want to finish is fourth. Could make the case that this game and finishing third is more important for Leon Crowley because he is a member of the World Snooker Tour. He's a world-ranked professional. The ranking points are vital for him, whereas Patrick Whelan really is not playing for those ranking points as a Q School top-up, but he still wants to leave with £1,000 in the back pocket, Ben. It's a good consolation prize, isn't it?
Yeah, you just got to, you know, treat this match almost that you're down the club playing for £1,000. So it's still like a best of 4 for £1,000. So they got to forget what's happened earlier in the day and just concentrate on now.
Is that what you do? Is it a casual game down the club, best of 4 for £1,000? Is it?
I just play £1,000 a frame down the club.
You've got too much dough. Mentioned Patrick Whelan playing as a Q School top-up. He's actually ranked 5th on that Q School list, so in theory we're probably going to see a little bit more of Patrick Whelan this season. He's inevitably going to be invited to a few professional events, and arguably he's got the best of both worlds, hasn't he, Ben, because he's eligible to play on the Q Tour, which is the secondary tour to the World Snooker Tour, so it could be double bubble this season for Pat.
Yeah, I think if you're top like 2 or 3 on that Q School list, probably gets you in basically everything. 5 might get him in about half the events. But yeah, I think Dwayne Jones is number 2. I remember thinking he'll probably get in everything this
16.
season. So he's almost like a 1-year tour card in a way. And then he obviously gets to play in the Q Tour, all the amateur events. So he'll be busier than most professionals.
17.
And make no mistake, Patrick Whelan isn't just here for a day out. He's a serious competitor and he's wanting to progress the ranks and earn his place on the World Snooker Tour one day. He's never been a professional, but he's knocking on the door. Played in World Championship qualifying at the back end of last season, and actually He retired Ken Doherty from the tour by beating him 10-5. And then he also knocked the Milkman off the tour by beating him 10-3 in the next round. So they were two big scalps. Eventually lost out to Jackson Page 10-6, which, you know, in its own regard is a pretty good result. He's run a top player there, very close.
$22. Patrick Whelan, 22.
I wonder how Leon Crowley will reflect on today. His first match against Jamie Jones. Okay, he went 2-0 down in that game, but he very nearly salvaged the draw. That would have been a point on the board. He could have got something out of the game against Carter too. Ali was the better player, clearly, by quite some way, but these short format sprints, they can offer up some surprise results. It's just little things, isn't it, Ben, for him to improve on when he gets in amongst them, to be a bit more clinical. That heavier scoring at this level is vital. To be honest, this group hasn't really provided much heavy scoring today. It's been quite cagey.
Yeah, I think he'll look back at it, that it's just, you know, a couple of times when he's been on 40 or 50 in front, he's just not put away a couple of frames that he should have, possibly would have in practice. And that's mainly been the difference today. You know, if it had turned, he could have definitely beat Jamie Jones in this match. The first frame he was about 50 in front and 40 in front in the last frame, so he could have easily won that match 3-1, but obviously he lost it. Caught that safety way too thick.
Yeah, Leon set the trap there, purposely leaving that cue ball in the right half of baulk and forcing Pat down this right side, where there was plenty of obstacles to collide into. That's what he found.
Eight. Nine. 16.
Well, he played that nicely. Brought 3 more reds into play. Doesn't need to venture far from this black. He can
17.
stay down this scoring zone. Good early chance. He says.
$24.
Played that black very quickly, didn't he, Ben?
Yeah, I think he just got too much screw on it. I'm sure he played for the red nearest the blue off 2 cushions, but just got into the white way too much.
Young Crowley, 24.
Yeah, and I think he only went for that red just because he is frustrated that he was out of position, so he's now left Patrick a really good chance himself.
Yeah, let's have it right. That was never the shot, was it, to take that red onto the middle pocket? Played out of frustration. So Patrick Whelan looking to inflict a bit of pain to Leon Crowley as he watches on, wondering how these points aren't going on his tally.
Green.
Patrick Whelan is a very deliberate player. You look at, if you've ever heard the phrase pre-shot routine, Pat would be someone that certainly possesses one. Watch him before he gets down to this blue. He stands way back from the table, sets himself, and then a deliberate walk into the shot. He does that every time.
I know he's friendly with Ashley Hugel, and it reminds me, it's like they've almost copied each other, to be honest. They remind me of each other, the way they get down and the way they queue up.
Yeah, well, we all used to practice with one another, actually. I know Ashley and Pat were based full-time at the academy in Sheffield, but I used to travel over 2-3 days a week as well. So they would have grown up with one another. Ashley, of course, back on the main tour this season. It's funny because as players, we've all been through different cue actions in our career, and you know, you have a bad spell of results and you start tinkering. And Pat is one player that has done a lot of that over the years. I can think of probably 5 cue actions and stances that he's adopted.
I'm actually one of the only players that hasn't changed anything. It's just been bad all the time.
13.
Yeah, but consistently bad, Ben. Consistency is the key.
Yeah.
$14.
Played that nicely to get topside of blue, so I think the only red that goes here is the bottom one, the third one below the pink in the line. So he's just coming around now to see where he can land on that red.
Yeah, and in potting this, if he's on it,
19.
should release the red just above it to the right corner. But the fact he's round this end looking elsewhere tells us he isn't on it.
Yeah, coming down that side of the table, he had a big margin. He could have come slightly low on it and he'd have still been on that red. So that was a disappointing shot from Patrick's perspective.
19.
Way too thin on the safety there. That's why the whites come up and down the table. So another chance for Patrick here.
Well, you can see those two reds in amongst the quartet of reds, and there may be a dead set plant to this left corner. That's what he's looking at. I think they're close, aren't they?
Yeah, I think the plant's definitely easier than the other red that's above the pink. So the plant it is. I expect him to get this. Obviously not.
Tight bags, Ben.
One.
Well, the red's in, but the black's no easier. Tough pot. Cue ball travelling up table. Just wonder if he'll take his medicine, drop this black in, and leave the long range red to left corner. Well, he's played the pink, which is arguably so much more difficult than the black. And he's played it very nicely. That was a great pot.
7.
Every credit, because for a moment there I thought he was going to play safe. Staying positive, trying to win the frame. That's a good sign. Good to see.
8.
So if he pots a red in the colour here, he's
14.
going to need one of those trickier reds that are together to win this frame at this visit.
He's got the angle now on the black to play into them. It's a little bit of a gamble. If he plays it at such a pace, I'd fancy him to be on one. Well, he's gone direct, so he's going to be the red to corner with the rest.
22.
Yeah, and also going for this, I think he might just nudge the other red towards the side cushion just in case he missed it. But he's close to this red with the rest, so it makes it a lot easier.
23.
So 44 the
27.
lead. 35 remain. 3 snookers for Leon Crowley. Will he continue? He made a theme of it all
Patrick
day,
Leon,
so I can't
27.
see why he would stop now. This is a good attempt. It's a great pace to get in behind the black. Just slightly wrong line. It's always worth carrying on when there's the single red left on the table, the possibility of a free ball, but it always feels like an uphill battle. Seeking snookers. Leon Crowley on the hunt. A couple of big targets on this table, in fact. Green is nice, brown is good. Yellow and black is about to become even better.
Frame
but I
conceded,
think
frame.
Leon
Patrick Huon.
is happy to offer the concession. Poorly played safety shot. So Patrick Whelan, the Q-School top-up, takes the opening frame here in a battle for third place. Leads Leon Crowley 1-0. Table 2, over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, On Yi against Anton Kazakov, locked at 1 frame all, so we're going to be treated to the full complements of 4 frames over on this table. Now, Anton Kazakov started the day so briskly with a 3-1 victory over the defending Championship League champion, Stephen Maguire, but then backed it up with a 3-0 loss to Robbie Williams, so this group is wide open. On Yi managed the draw against Robbie Williams before losing 3-0 to Maguire, so all still very much to play for on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Thank you. 7.
I agree with something you said earlier, Ben. He's a player that has improved quite considerably, Anton Kazakov. I think when he first got on the tour, he looked a little out of his depths, but a few seasons away on the practice table, putting the hard yards in, he looks ready to compete now.
Yeah, and he won those 2 European tournaments, the European under-21s, I think, and the European men's tournament back-to-back weeks. So, you know, that showed his improvement, really, that he was unbeaten in those 2 weeks.
So the second time in as many frames that this lone red has ventured up the table from the break-off. This time it's Patrick's turn to try and sink it to the middle.
Touching ball.
Yeah, he missed it, but luckily for Patrick, he's got away with it. When you're bridging over this many reds and playing with top spin, he's just got to make sure he hits this hard enough to get to the bulk cushion. It's done well there.
One.
There we see the pink well available through the little gap between the reds, so if its own spot isn't visible, it'll be respotted beneath the main cluster, which may tie up a red there. I think it's well spottable.
Seven.
But in fact, the cannon itself didn't go to plan. Nothing doing to this left corner.
Good recovery pot there into the yellow pocket.
Patrick Whelan, 8.
Well, it was quite a tentative strike that from Pat. The yellow never really threatened the pocket, and the cue ball somewhat further away from the red than he would have liked. But immediately gets a chance to redeem himself. Well, I think it's such a big target here. If you can get the angle on the green or the brown, attack the pack from the right side cushion. Look at how big the target is into them. Could play the same shot from the blue, but it's a smaller target as the pink is slightly detached from the main cluster, as you can see there. Let's see how he goes about this. If he hits it flush, they should spread far and wide.
It's worked out okay. I'm just a bit surprised he didn't hit that firmer with more screw. He sort of went into it a bit half-hearted, but it's worked out okay with that double kiss he got on this red that he's closest to.
Seven. Fortune.
Now we'd like an angle on this black to go into the cluster. And there's no reason why he shouldn't get that angle, because he can basically put his cue ball anywhere from this red. See, nothing really pots in amongst those. He needs to tend to them.
$15.
Played that nicely, screwed through the reds, knowing he would push the
22.
The reddies on closer to the corner pocket.
$23.
Well, he's
30.
on this red, but he's a little straight. Might be worth screwing back up the table, get the cue ball back out, blue or yellow. Just able to
31.
gain a bit of angle that way.
$35. Patrick
Oh,
Whelan,
that is criminal.
35.
Looked like he'd nearly done all the hard work there, Pat. And just drops his guard for a split second, and near jaw, they're just not going in.
He did it, that red, but so thin it barely moved. So Patrick, another good chance now on this red.
Yeah, it's been a disappointing start to this
What?
game as far as Leon Crowley is concerned. Because of the frame difference, the fact he's lost both of his matches, Leon, 3-1, 3-1. But Patrick Whelan has lost 3-1, 3-0. So, in effect, Leon Crowley, should he get the draw, he'll get the nod on the frame difference to finish third. But he's put himself bang under pressure straight away, losing the opening frame, and now well behind in this frame. Looks quite dejected, sat in his seat.
That was a fantastic shot from Patrick. Normally he'd come off one cushion there, but
5.
the yellow was in the way to go into the red, so he had to screw, just miss the yellow, come off 2 cushions, and he did really well to get into those reds.
And should go on to win the frame now. A little brush cannon to those 2 to bring them into play.
6.
Perfectly played. Already 49 points to the good. Leon Crowley will expect to stay planted in his seat.
$13. $14. $21.
So just this red for Patrick to take a 2-0 lead. And he's hit that near jaw again, another surprising miss. So a possible lifeline for Leon
21.
in this frame. But with that red going in bulk, and he needs high colours, makes it a little trickier because he can only afford possibly 1 blue or 2 pinks and all blacks to win this frame.
Well, he's got to pot the first red first. And that was nowhere near. Not even in the same postcode as the pocket.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit deflated at the moment because he's struggling. Obviously, lost his first 2 matches, but he's just got to try and get himself together to try and get a draw or win this match still.
Yeah, and it begs the question as to whether Leon Crowley knows of the group standings and the permutations around it. Does he know that if he gets the draw, he'll nab 3rd spot and with it 1,000 ranking points?
8.
Not entirely sure, you know. He should know.
Nine.
Either way, that's not for Patrick Whelan to concern himself with. He's here to do a job as well. And at the minute, he's doing just that.
16. 17. Patrick Whelan, 17.
Well, enough is enough in this second frame.
Patrick Whelan.
It's gone the way of Patrick Whelan, and a big final frame potentially, or a big next frame anyway, coming up. If Patrick Whelan wins it, he'll leave with a consolation £1,000. But if Leon Crowley wins it, he gives himself the chance to steal the draw, and with it, that 3rd spot. Little update from table 2 there at their little mini break at the minute. Anton Kazakov has just taken a 2-1 lead over the 3-time women's world champion Nugget Onyi. So both matches at a halt for the time being. Group decider to come up here on table 1 following this match, the top seed Ali Carter and Jamie Jones, both unbeaten today. The difference between the pair is that Ali Carter's win in his first match of the day came via a 3-0, so marginally favourable frame difference over Jamie Jones. And what that means is that Ali Carter can afford the draw in the final match. Jamie Jones has to get the win. And Ben, we quite often see, and it's been a theme of this event so far, 16 top seeds into phase 2. The last game of the day is often the group decider.
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I quite like, normally in my perspective, being the 2nd seed, just because you can play back-to-back matches and put the pressure on the top seed. But as you said, yeah, especially in this year's edition, so far, it does seem that the 1st and 2nd seed seem to be the main ones qualifying to the next stage.
Here is confirmation of the leaderboards as it stands. Ali Carter top of the table. 2 matches played, 2 matches won, so a maximum 6 points from them, as is the same for Jamie Jones. The difference being between the two is that 1 frame difference I mentioned a few minutes ago, the fact Ali Carter got the 3-0 win in his opening match. It's been a disappointing day for Leon Crowley and Patrick Whelan, but there is a consolation prize. 3rd spot carries £1,000 and with it 1,000 ranking points, so should Leon Crowley manage to salvage the draw, he'll get those, and Patrick Whelan, though, is putting him under pressure, currently leading 2-0. Here is what they're playing for. If you win your group in this stage, it's £3,000, but actually it's 4 because you're guaranteed 1,000 for 4th spot in phase 2. The money drastically increases as the event goes on. All players looking for a place in stage 3, where 2 groups of 4 players will be contested. The winner of those groups will contest a best of 5 final for a top prize of £20,000 and a total accumulated £33,000. So both players back from a mini break.
So
Patrick Whelan to get us underway in the 3rd frame, looking to dot the I's and cross the T's in this match and on his day. Leon Crowley in the background there, looking pretty flat, pretty fuming. What's he got left in the tank? He'll be hoping and praying that history doesn't repeat itself. Leon Crowley finished bottom of his group this time last year in this event. As I say, still something to play for, so he's got to cling on to that.
Call. Jan Crowley 4. One. Six.
Trying to take the bull by the horns there and get straight into the pack. Did so. Plenty of screw on the cue ball to get it into the reds and out. Could have landed loads nicer. He's got this red to right corner, but can he just avoid the cannon to the red next to the black?
Jan Crowley 6.
Well, it didn't look much, but getting that cue ball in a specific point of balk means there are very few options available for Leon Crowley here. Just wonder if enough is enough as far as he's concerned. Is it time to pull the trigger? It was quite a resigned attempt, wasn't it?
Patrick just looking if this red goes into the middle pocket. Looks like it does. So just screw back for the black. Nice pot.
One.
It's a pretty good chance, you'd have to say, because most of the reds are in the open.
Yeah, he'll be keen to try and keep this as simple as possible. He doesn't want to run into any early stumbling blocks here. Just take what's there to begin with.
Eight.
Because as you say, on paper it looks a decent enough chance to register a few. Put the pressure even more onto Leon Crowley to find something. Blue and black well accessible.
Nine. 16. 17.
Yeah, Patrick potting that red has really cleared up around the black spot now. That cleared at least 2 reds. He cannoned the wrong red there, so it's gone slightly wrong.
24.
Yeah, just wanted to drift past the 2 reds close together above the black and cannon the lone red on the left, leaving him on the 2 reds to right corner. Chance to retrieve the situation. Good pot,
25.
but he's not out of the woods just yet.
$32. $33.
Chance to get nicely on the blue, all
36.
ball colours, to get back down this heavy scoring zone. He's just tidied up the table a fraction. Already well in front. But that is well overcut.
Patrick Whelan, 36.
Played it a little bit tentatively for me. I think I'd have been playing on the blue, stick more of a positive strike on it, come across the table.
Yeah, everyone sees them shots different, but I agree with you, Stephen. I would have played for the blue on sort of a cut like that. I'd rather hit it slightly firmer than just float it in. I think.
Yeah, because it was a right cut, wasn't it? So you tend to go slightly left of centre, and that helps the shot get out for the blue that way. Coming across the face of the yellow, you're looking more for middle. You often see them overcut.
It's hard to see from this angle, but I don't know if Patrick's missed it, but those 2 reds close together look like if they're not on, he could have possibly made that. As you see, I think it missing to the black cushion first, but with that amount of gap, you could make it.
Follow me is Patrick Whelan, 5. Or more.
I don't know, to be honest. Yeah. Somewhere under.
Looking to come 2 cushions, just miss the blue and nestle onto the reds along this top cushion. better attempt. Good shot.
Patrick County, you'd like to get the white in behind yellow and brown.
Now he's round to look at the two reds, clearly able to get to them. Possibly just need making, but I think the angle of which he's coming at them from near the blue spot is about okay. Let's not forget, he attempted a plant earlier on and misjudged it by a proverbial country mile. He's done exactly the same.
Oh.
Missed it in a similar sort of fashion, didn't he? Very, very thick.
Yeah, from the angle he was coming in at, I felt he was almost had to hit the red straight. But yeah, he's misjudged that by quite a long way.
So what has Leon got left in the tank? Good decision to pop the blue now, get that back on its spot, and is an option. The issue he's got is 4 reds near the top cushion out of play, black also.
Six. Seven.
I think if the red just above the one on the top cushion pots to this right corner past it, wouldn't be a bad idea to play on the black. You can just trickle it along the cushion. Guaranteed on that red. Got the angle to maybe do it here, but I don't think he is. And wrong side of the blue is no help at all.
$18. Leon Crowley, 18.
So the break ends at 18, and always felt unlikely that Leon would be able to continue that for much longer, considering the position of the reds and the fact he didn't earlier on try and make something happen. Just started to run out of options there.
Actually, just looking at clipping off one of these two reds and getting the white quite near the yellow pocket, so Leon won't be able to cut the red that's near the middle pocket. Nice shot that.
Well, he's trying to contain the situation, but the red nearest the black spot is certainly potable from where the cue ball is. It's a smelly table, really.
Touching ball.
Well, he didn't look too pleased with how that cue ball came down the table, but at that pace, on any table, you would expect a little bit of movement. You'd be more surprised if it run dead true. So, chance for Pat to just take another 8 points, maybe, or a few points at least from the table.
Yeah, it might have rolled off that, but if he'd have just rolled up 20 of those 3 reds slowly, it wouldn't have mattered, even if it had rolled off, because he still wouldn't have left anything. So playing the open red was a little bit more risky on that safety shot.
Yeah, when I say take 8 points off the table, it's because now Leon has lost that red and a colour with it. But the scores, not much between them, just the 10 points. So plenty of legs left in this frame just yet. Can confirm that the match on table 2 between Onyi and Kazakov has concluded in a 2-all draw. So that's their day finished. Onyi will finish bottom of the group because Anton Kazakov got the win and the verdict over Stephen Maguire, so ends the day on 3 points. Sorry, Kazakov ends the day on 4 points because he got the draw, so still a chance for Anton Kazakov to finish in 2nd place, but he's going to have to rely on Robbie Williams getting a victory in the final game of the session against Maguire.
Good long pot there to break the deadlock. Yeah, pot this green, play for the loose red, and try and get high on the blue to free those 3 reds all together. Well, to be fair, he's potted a good red there and he's managed to get top side of the blue, but it's not much good to him having landed so close to the side cushion. You can see the
agonising look on the face of Leon Crowley. It's been a tough day at the office, and it's not getting any easier because look at this table, look at those 3 reds. Well, this is high tariff, to say the least. This could go very wrong. Well, it's a good job that he missed the cannon. Potting the blue was difficult enough with the cue in the air. Well, it would have been a nice time to produce the pot of the day, but unfortunately it's gone wrong. I think this red will pass the green, you know, to the yellow pocket. So once again a chance for Pat to remove 8 points from the table.
One.
Well, it'd be a good clearance from here, wouldn't it, Ben? This is one of your breaks.
I find this easier than a lineup from here. Yeah, with the 2 reds on that black cushion, and we've seen how tight they seem to be playing down the cushion, and obviously the black not being on the spot, it almost makes it impossible, to be honest.
Yeah, patience is the key word here for both players, really, trying to just jostle for positions and just chip balls into play, thinking further ahead, trying to manage the table.
Crowley 1.
I thought he might, to be honest, play off the yellow and try and get the white in behind the blue. But it's not an easy safety here for Patrick, because the reds are both so close to this black cushion.
Yeah, it's actually one of the toughest safety shots in the game, this, particularly if he plays off the right red of the 2, off the right side of it, coming across the angle, incredibly tough. So played the left edge, cue ball's heading in.
4. Crowley 4. 1.
Well, he can pot the green to middle, and he can certainly drop on the red, but it's not inviting.
Five. Crowley 5.
Well, there might actually be a little bit of value in taking this pot on. The potting angle of the red takes cue ball into bulk, yellow waiting. If you're going to miss it with a little bit of pace so the red comes away from the pocket. Yeah, that's okay. Well, he's been very aggressive, Leon Crowley, when he's got sight at a long one. I can't see him refusing this. Well, he's missed the red by a considerable distance, but the red cannon, the black, which helped hugely, that red was running wild. All of a sudden, this table is just starting to open up for both players with only 5 points in it.
chance at this long red for Patrick, but after so many safety shots, these can look a lot harder.
It's true, and that's what the best players, they do quite easily, don't they? They can go for prolonged periods of time playing safe and not seeing sight at a pot, but then when they get it, they often knock them in, and it's as if they haven't left the table. It's tough to do that, isn't it?
This is a good chance now for Patrick, especially after missing that long red. He brought the blue off the side cushion.
One.
Well, how bad's he played the first shot?
He might be thin enough on this where he can push the yellow towards the green pocket. Looking at something else.
Yeah, it didn't look too difficult to leave an angle on that blue to just screw across the face of the yellow. It doesn't look that tough from where it is along that cushion, especially with the position of the green. He was able to just nip into it. And what sort of angle has he got? Can he get out? Yeah, these are a lot trickier than they look, actually. In fact, he needs a little bit of pace, or if he wants to reduce the pace, he can chuck a little bit more left-hand side on the cue ball to try and get out for the green that way.
Yeah, and it was important that he pot the blue there, because if he can pot this yellow, he won't need that difficult pink.
8.
He's done very well there to get the white down as far, so just screw this green back for the brown and should be his match.
11.
Yeah, so just this routine blue off the spot. And it's going to be all 3 points, but more importantly, £1,000 in Patrick Whelan's Sky Rocket. It's been a hard-fought battle, this, hasn't it?
20.
There hasn't been fireworks. I think we expected that in a game between the 3rd and 4th seed. There was a lot on it, a lot riding on it, particularly for Leon Crowley. He'll be disappointed with how his day's gone. And now barring snookers, barring a miracle, he's going to end the day in 4th position.
Yeah, and the blacks are in a bad a place as it could possibly be, really, for him to get a snooker.
And a good final strike on the final pink. So it's Patrick Whelan, 5th placed on the Q School Order of Merit, who finishes in 3rd place here at the BetVictor Championship League. A disappointing day for Leon Crowley, but he'll be back. Plenty to work on, but there's plenty more snooker to come. And it's the group decider coming up next between Ali Carter and Jamie Jones.
Every new beginning starts with courage. And round here, we have that in spades. One shot, the break, it changes everything. Made better by pressure. Two rivals at every table. A crowd free to live in the moment. From the four corners of the globe, the greatest players arrive, chasing more than a title. $500,000. 6 days of pure drama and unrivaled tension. And when it comes down to the final, they'll need every lucky seven. Take 8 seconds to steady the heart and sink the 9 for glory. The U.S. Open.
Witness history in Frisco, Texas.
It all comes down to this. Just how we like it, these groups, when they finish off with the last match being the most important. Ali Carter and Jamie Jones each have 6 points from a perfect record. 2 wins from 2 starts. Crucially though, Carter's frame difference is better, +5 as opposed to +4. So if Carter gets the draw here, he will top the group. Jones simply has to win. As for Patrick Whelan, he secured 3rd place by beating Leon Crowley in the match we've just seen here on Table 1. Very latest on Table 2, by the way, Steve Maguire needs to win that last match to be the table topper, having lost his first contest. And, well, it's looking pretty good for Maguire. He's 23 in front with 25 on in the opening frame against Robbie Williams, although Williams at one point did need a snooker. So, not one of those groups that has a lot of involved permutations. Ben, it's quite simple. Jones must win. If he doesn't, the group goes to Carter.
Yeah, very straightforward, really. And it just proves Ali winning that match 3-0 instead of Jamie, who's won both matches 3-1. You know, has made the difference going into this last match.
As you might expect for two players so experienced, they have met before. Carter leads 4-1 in their head-to-heads. And the big meeting was the quarter-final of the World Championship in 2012. Carter won that one 13-11. Jones played brilliantly, made 3 big centuries in that match, but it wasn't quite good enough. The only win for Jones in a very low-key affair. 16 years ago now, he won 4-1 in the last 64 of a PTC event in Gloucester. All of the big meetings between these two have gone the way of Carter. By the way, the winner of this group goes into Group E in the second phase. They will complete the group, actually. Awaiting them, He Guo Kwang, Dave Gilbert, Chris Wakelin. So if Carter comes through, I would be astounded if that wasn't a Table 1 group.
Yeah, it sounds pretty strong group.
That said, though, Group F on the same day already features Jack Jones and Chang Bing-yu.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it'll go on, you know, top highest seed ranking or a mixture of what they think's the best group.
I can tell you after a minor scare early on the colours, Stephen Maguire has won the first frame from Robbie Williams.
1.
When you're forced to cut a ball that thin, it's sometimes difficult to keep control of the cue ball, but Carter does have the brown on. Lots of toil ahead to make this a frame-winning chance, though.
Five. Six. Four. Alligator 6.
We know it's a
Jones 4.
occupational hazard when you go into the bunch. Occasionally you knock in a red, but it's always hard to take.
Yeah, I thought that might work in Ali's favour, that he landed on the yellow and a sort of natural angle to go into him, but sometimes you can see a red going in, but I just really couldn't there, so Ali was very unlucky there. And it'll make it worse for Ali if he has left Jamie this red to middle.
One. So.
So this makes the chance even more difficult that he's tied up the pink and black. So at the moment he's only really got yellow and brown.
8.
Yeah, one of those frames where the reds are in pretty conventional situations, but the colours most certainly aren't.
I'm not sure Jamie realised until after he popped the pink that it was going to be tied up, because when he popped that first red, he could have gone up for the yellow or brown.
Well, dropping on this red is a massive bonus. Although, as Ben pointed out, the positional future of this break has to be in serious doubt.
Full. Jamie Jones 10. Alligator 4.
Well, that's something no one saw coming.
So it looks like Ali's taking first opportunity here to bring the pink and black into play. He did try that, he just caught the red too thick, so he didn't manage to cannon the pink with the red. Still got a good white though. Ali's showing fantastic cue power on that shot. There's quite a lot of players that wouldn't have been able to get as far back down the table as that.
He almost overscrewed.
Ali just come down before to see if these are a free ball plant. Looks very good from here.
Not in a 3-ball plant in the third frame against Leon Crowley. Actually, 4th frame. And from that he made his decisive break.
I think he's definitely played for the 3-ball plant now.
Six. Seven.
Could just see Ali was holding his hand up straight away, knowing it was a bit too hard. So he's a lot thinner on this brown than he would have liked.
The way the balls were, he was always fighting a losing battle.
Ali Carter, 11.
It felt like a lot more than the break of 11, that. Jamie caught that a bit too thick, that's why he's pushed the red over the corner pocket. And from Ali's last safety, he's brought the pink and black into play, so if he can cut this red in and get on a colour, it's a very good chance now.
As they say, Ben, that will do.
Yeah, he was smiling before, but that worked out pretty well to land on the black.
By the way, on the other table, cometh the defending champion, it seems. Stephen Maguire on a 90-plus break, which is ongoing, so he's going to take a 2-0 lead over Robbie Williams. Maguire needs one more frame. to top the group after making the worst possible start, a defeat by Anton Kazakov.
9. $15. 16.
In a really low scoring frame because of the awkwardness of the colours. Carter now 29 ahead.
$23.
So he needs the pink and one more red.
$29. $30.
On paper, Ben, it won't look like a particularly spectacular frame, but Carter's played very nicely to win it.
Yeah, he's such a classy player, Ali, and so
36.
experienced. There's nothing really he doesn't know about snooker. Yeah, and Ali will definitely not care
36.
how the frame is as long as he wins them.
Of course, Jones entitled to carry on, and I think he should do. He's 43 behind, 35 on, 2 snookers needed, or 1 snooker and a free ball, and that's definitely feasible. Not now, though. The door has been slammed, and Jones concedes. Carter now needs just 1 more frame of a possible 3 left, and he will top the group and go into the second phase. And that's exactly the same story for Stephen Maguire. He's got 2 frames left against Robbie Williams, but he does need just a single frame after winning the second in this match very impressively with a break of 125. So Maguire came into this on 3 points. Williams had 4, so Williams only needed the draw. Now, though, his back is very much against the wall.
One.
Stephen Maguire just knocked in a great red, and he's perfectly on the black.
Break.
Good pot on the red, but he tried to get higher up the table, so it's only going to get him 1 point.
Jamie Jones 1.
Always very much at the far jaw, that. Well, the balls weren't nicely placed for Carter in the first frame. I suppose you could say pink and black.
1.
Somewhat hemmed in here. But this is a better chance than anything Carter had in the opener.
Yeah, I think Ali will just focus the next few reds with the blue, and then later on in this break, if he gets that far, try and open the pink and the black. But definitely for the next few shots, I think he'll keep around the blue spot.
6.
If he can get on the red to the right of the pink, then it would free the pink to the middle pocket.
$11. $12.
So this is day 12. That means by the end of it, we'll have 24 groups complete. And if Carter and Maguire
17.
top the group, that would mean 19 top seeds out of 24. Amazing, really. Top seeds out of 24 being successful. But hang on a moment. Stretching a little awkwardly.
Ali Carter 17.
A ball I thought he'd pot was missed.
Yeah, the bad shot was a bit on the blue, really. He expected to be straighter on this red, and that would have made it unmissable and the position a lot easier. But he's not getting punished so far in this match.
Well, he's missed 2 pots to middle, Jamie Jones. One to the far jaw, one to the near jaw. Missed them by a mile.
This is very, very thin. If Ali's cutting this red in.
One.
He'll take that. Blue near the corner pocket.
Well, that's the most unexpected miss of the day by anyone, I think. Concentrating so hard on going into the bunch, he forgot about the pot.
And at first glance, he's been very fortunate not to leave Jamie a red there.
On the other table, Maguire going about his merry way on a break of 49 to initiate the scoring in the third frame after that terrific red from distance we saw. So the defending champion within touching distance of the next phase.
Ball.
On a break of 64, Maguire has just missed frame and match ball black off its spot.
So Ali going for this tricky red in the middle, almost guaranteed to leave Jamie a chance if he misses it.
Yet more middle pocket difficulties for Jones. On the other table, Maguire is over the line. He's beaten Robbie Williams 3-0. He's going to top the group. So what a comeback from Stephen Maguire. The story of the day, he won his first frame against Anton Kazakov, then lost 3 scrappy ones to be defeated. And you think, well, his hold on the title has been severely loosened. But tonight he came back and beat Nagorny 3-0. The big moment there in the second frame, he was 64-0 down, cleared up with 78. And then against Robbie Williams, breaks of 125 and 64, Maguire is through. And as the winner of Group 19, he goes into Group C in the second phase. Good group this, with Dylan Emery, Gary Wilson and Stan Moody.
One.
Nothing that Jamie Jones is doing in this frame is turning out right.
Jamie Jones 1.
What a scrappy affair it is.
That was a very aggressive shot from Ali. Could have left something easier than this for Jamie. Good pot by Jamie, and is this the time where he gets going in this match? It's definitely a chance to get a few points on the board.
Yeah, Jones started out with a 3-1 win over Leon Crowley. And it 1-1 with Patrick Whelan. I thought he was struggling, I actually said so. But then he made breaks of 65 and 107 to really come alive, and maybe this is the chance he requires to, as Ben said, get going in this one.
$13. 14. 20. 21. 25.
He's got 3 more open reds, but he is going to need one of those more difficult reds, either the one on
26.
the bulk cushion or the red that's safe near the middle pocket to win this frame at this visit.
$33.
Bear in mind, Jamie Jones is 63rd in the world rankings. So all points when you're down there are absolutely crucial.
$34.
Yeah, I think Jamie's just looking, if he leaves the angle on the red, where he could pot the red in the middle, come off the bulk cushion and free that red that's near the middle pocket. Yeah, that's what he's done. So
41.
He's decided not to try this time, but now it's going to be difficult for him to get on one of these two reds.
$46. Jimmy Jones, 46.
Well, cover achieved on one red, but not the other. Can Carter get through to see the red to the yellow pocket if he can? This whole frame could take on a very different complexion.
One.
The clearance, Ben, won't be easy, but I wouldn't put it past Carter.
Yeah, this is one of the key shots. Obviously the green slightly safe, but if he can get on this last red, I think he'll be the favourite for this frame. He's just landed right in between there. Couldn't have landed much worse, really.
Cutting black into a blind pocket, so easy to overcut them. But he's pinged it again, though. The wide ball not fully cooperating.
Yeah, he put so much concentration into that pot, which was a great pot, but he just overscrewed it. So with this brown, he's probably got to go around the table to get on this yellow. Just got to avoid the pink or the black here. Just avoided the pink, but it's not getting any easier.
8.
Great cueing on that yellow. He's obviously not on the green, but I think he could put Jamie Jones in quite a lot of trouble here. Just stuns the white roughly where the green is, and he'll cover it, get cover, he hopes, with brown and blue. Just to slow down or cannon the pink.
Ali Carter 10.
And it's just gone past the pink, so Jamie can hit this green.
And the pink might be providing a potting angle, strange as it seems. Thought Carter would definitely get the snooker there. Yeah, the guard was almost there, wasn't it? So, 20 in front. Jones needs one colour. Carter needs them all.
So one good mid-range pot here from Jamie, and Ali will need a snooker.
Yep. 3 in the frame.
Well, I'm
Jamie
very
Jones.
surprised that Carter has conceded one snooker with 4 colours left, and those 3 colours down the spine of the table very much within his capabilities. But he has conceded. Jones shades the frame on the green. It's 1-1. Remember, Carter only needs to draw to win the group. Jones has to win the match. So he has to win the last couple of frames. One more frame for Carter will be sufficient. And I was telling you that Jamie Jones, number 63 in the world, badly in need of points, and he didn't make the best of starts to the season at the China and Wuhan qualifiers either, so winning this group would be absolutely invaluable. Now there's confirmation of a real recovery from Stephen Maguire. Lost his first match, the defending champion was on the rocks, but in this session, well, it's been a tale of 2 sessions for him. He's been superb, beating Nagorny 3-0, breaks of 70 and a 78 clearance in one frame from 64-0 down, and then doing the job again against Robbie Williams, winning 3-0, helped by breaks of 125 and 64.
It's a poor break off from Jamie there, giving Ali an immediate chance in this 3rd frame.
Yeah, would love to win this frame, would he, Carter? Doesn't want to go down to the last chance saloon.
Eight. Nine.
Didn't open loads of reds there, but he'll be happy with how it's gone.
16.
He opened another 2 or 3 reds, and he's perfect on this red to the black pocket.
I think he has, undoubtedly for me, been the best player in this group. But sometimes the best players in a group don't win it. the other day, Alfie Burden played brilliantly at times and finished last.
24. $25.
Ali deliberately leaving himself low on this red,
32.
so he can pot this red and bring other reds into play. This could be the key shot to this frame.
$33.
And that's worked out perfectly.
Who says there's no such thing as horses for courses? This ranking version of the Championship League only played since 2020. Dave Gilbert, winner in 21, already through to the second phase. Defending champion Stephen Maguire, we know he's through, thanks to what he's done today. Ali Carter, the 24 champion, on the verge of success in the first stage.
39.
Luca Brissell still to play. And who knows what Kyron Wilson would have done.
40.
He won his first match on day one and then had to withdraw in very unfortunate circumstances when he discovered his house had been burgled.
Yeah, I think me and you were both surprised in the last frame, Ali conceding, just needing one snooker, but I think Ali just wanted to get on with it and play a fluent frame, which so far he's looked really good in this frame.
46.
Yes, and aided and abetted in his wish by that awful break from Jones. Awful break off.
47.
Looks like he's going to clinch this group
54.
in some style.
$55. $62. $63.
In what's often been a slow-moving final session today, this is going to be by far the quickest frame.
Yeah, this has been a very classy break from Ali Carter. Probably the best he's looked all day, just at the right time.
$69. $70.
Carter's ticket to return to the Mattioli Arena a week on Monday has been booked.
76. 81. 82. 88. 89.
They say timing is everything in comedy. Well, maybe that's the case in snooker. Carter's highest break of the day, just when it was most handy.
Yeah, it's just the way he's made this break as well. He's just hit every shot almost perfectly, cueing really well now. He's not been in trouble in this whole break.
Denied a century, but not denied winning the group. They have to play one more frame. It is entirely academic. Yes, you have, Ali. You have to play it out.
Because there's a bet. There's a bet, so we can't do that, yeah.
Yeah, have to play the last frame, but the group is over. Jamie Jones has the consolation of finishing in second place. He can't be denied that. But Ali Carter cannot be denied top spot. What a way to wrap up the group. So just to confirm, this is Group 12. So Carter, in the next phase, will be in Group E. It will be Chris Wakelin, Dave Gilbert and He Guo Kwang providing the opposition. And if you're just joining us, Stephen Maguire, by winning Group 19 a little earlier, he's now in Group C. That's Dylan Emery, Gary Wilson, Maguire and Moody, Stan Moody in the second phase. Some really good groups shaping up.
Fourth frame, Ali Carter to break.
Get the impression there won't be a lot of safety in this one.
Yeah, Ali inventing a new break off there.
By the way, right at the start of this frame, if you're watching this in the good old United States of America, happy 4th of July, your country's 250th birthday. You might be watching in Ox Billiards in Seattle in the Pacific Northwest, or in the New York Athletic Club, in the Big Apple, maybe in a snooker enclave in Florida, or in the many clubs that now exist in California. Wherever you might be, happy 4th.
One. Eight.
Now, what can Jamie Jones do here that would give him great pleasure?
Yeah, there's only one thing, isn't there? He'll be thinking about, even though it's only red and black, possible 147. But that's ended already. I do expect this to be a pretty fast frame because they will be going for their shots.
And you might think, well, they both want to leave. One of them concede. Well, they can't do that because if you concede when your opponent isn't so far ahead that you need a snooker, then you get fined.
One.
I think we've been very lucky so far in the first 12 days of this BetVictor Championship League. Many, many groups have gone down to the final match.
9.
Both of them today. Many groups have gone down to the final frame. We haven't seen an awful lot of truly academic frames.
$16. $17. $24. $25.
Jones has made a century already today, 107 against Patrick Whelan earlier.
$32. $33.
Never a bad thing, Ben, to pad your century break totals for your professional career.
Yeah, I think players, professionals in more recent years actually look how
40.
many centuries they've had. But I think before that, players weren't as bothered, you know, unless
41.
they were Stephen Hendry or something at the top of the list. But everyone does have a little look of how many centuries they've made in their career.
Yeah, it's a source of pride, and rightly so.
48. $49.
But it's amazing when you release that pressure valve, how easy these guys make it look.
$56. $57.
So this is frame ball. Surely Carter won't concede with Jones at the table with a chance of a century. That would be bad form. Well, we'll never know.
Ali's probably a bit disappointed he missed that red.
The car has been started by Ali Carter. Just pop one, he says. This time he does concede. And so it is mission accomplished by Ali Carter. A 2-all draw at the end there, that academic frame. He wins the group with 7 points. Jamie Jones has 7 points as well. But unlucky for him, it's not quite enough. He loses out on frame difference in the end. So earlier on, Group 19 was decided by a great comeback from Steve Maguire. Lost his first match and then played brilliantly in his last two to overcome Nagon Yi, and then in the final match, Robbie Williams. So the defending champion is through to the last 32. As for Group 12 confirmation, Ali Carter, the winner of this tournament 2 years ago, has 7 points with a +5 frame difference. Jamie Jones also 7 points, but he finishes in second place. Patrick Whelan picks up £1,000 for his third place finish at the expense of Leon Crowley. So we're not here tomorrow. Sunday at the Championship League is a day of rest. But we will be back on Monday. 2 more groups for you in the first phase. Group 11, Stuart Bingham, Jordan Brown, Matthias Baranovsky and Mark Joyce. Group 13, Zhou Yulong, Ben Mertens, Liam Graham and Alan Taylor. Look forward to your company on Monday. We start again at 11 o'clock in the morning local time here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. For now, though, it's a very good evening.